I see critters. Well, that's good. YouTube likes me. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta make regular videos. I'm working on making one for the dipping sauce caddy. I'm actually really pleased how it came out. Happy, happy critters. Hungry, happy critters. Yep, that's still a cat bed. My cats love sleeping on that. It's big enough that they can lay down on the bill plate. Yeah, I took the glass plate off so they don't get all their oils and stuff all over the glass plate. So that when I need to use it, I just put the glass plate back on. Hey, Rick. Oh, wow. Well, good for you for stepping in, even if you weren't needed. More people need to do that. More people need to step up and say, no, this is not acceptable. Obviously, within reason. Don't risk your life if you're not willing to go that far. Yeah, I did actually. What did I do with that? I never flew it. It was just a test. I'll have to look for that. But that was the Starship. Good. Doesn't matter. Be involved. That's the point. Don't be a bystander. Be part of the solution. And if you have the foresight, turn your phone on and hit record. So just turn your phone on, stick it in your pocket. It doesn't even have to see anything. Just the audio recording might be enough. Just to give you a little protection in case the bad guy tries to say you did something. When bad guys get caught, they get crazy. Am I a bad person when I hear a story um, about someone getting attacked and the victim just happens to know how to fight and takes care of business? Am I a bad person for that making me smile all warm and fuzzy inside? Boy, did you pick the wrong target this morning. Yeah, of course they didn't turn up. Police are useless. You know, I always find it funny that we call police law enforcement, but they don't enforce the law. They take you to court, and the court enforces the law. Iron switch wire. What's an iron switch wire? Let's do a Google search. Ender 3 Pro to switch wire conversion. Okay. The web page for Voron switch wire doesn't go anywhere. It's just a blank page. Just takes you here. But there's nothing here. Oh, switch wire is a printer. Okay. I thought it was a component, but it's a whole printer. Okay. Huh. Well, okay, you're in the UK. It's a completely different situation. I work very, very, very hard to never interact with police and to make sure I never do anything to attract police attention. Because if I ever get confronted by a nasty cop, I'm dead. He's going to kill me. Because I'm not going to be nice and I'm not going to be quiet. And that's going to result in him shooting me. Mm. Well, I'll never call a cop an officer because they're not military and they have not earned um, the prestige of being called officer. So no cop will ever be called officer by me. I call them cop. That's it. They're state thugs, is what they are. Here in the U.S., at least. I know in other countries, police are a very different situation. But here in the U.S., they're just thugs. Rozzers, filthin' pigs. I love when people say, well, wait until you need their help. When? When would I ever need the police? I mean, I can't think of a single situation where I would need the police. You're stuck in a fire. I call the fire department, not the police. You get injured. I call an ambulance, not the police. I mean, the only time I can only think of 2 times where I would ever actually need to call the police. Not can call the police, but need to call them. And that's if I am contractually required to or legally required to. That's it. So if my insurance requires me to contact the police for a claim, well, then I'm contractually required to interact with the police. Like in some places, if there's a car accident, for example, in Philadelphia, a car accident, you're required to call the police. It's not optional. Outside of Philadelphia, it's optional. But in Philadelphia, all accidents are required to go through the police. So I'm legally required to interact with the police. But outside of contractual and legal requirement, I can't think of a single instance in which I will ever actually need police. Fire and rescue? Sure. Ambulance, EMTs? Sure. Police? No. They just don't serve a needed function. Wow. What, you have solar panels? Like how, the only way that I could see them paying you is if you offset your power consumption. So you have solar panels set up or something? So it's some kind of a contest then, go below a certain power usage per day or something, right? I mean, like how, what's the win condition under which they pay you? Ah, I assume that's kilowatt. Yeah, friendship lights beat you. I assume that's kilowatt hours. Okay. 0.24 kilowatt hours. That's actually not that hard to do. That's 6 kilowatt hours per day. My average is 11 kilowatt hours per day. And that's with the heat and the AC going. I could probably drop that by 40% just by turning off the heat pump. Huh. Good for you, man. Take that money. If they're going to offer it, take it. We're doing pretty good, Jerry. It's taken 2 months, but I finally got an appointment to see the doctor tomorrow, so hopefully we'll figure out some of the weird things going on. But overall, feeling pretty decent. Actually, now I think about it, my back didn't hurt getting out of bed today. That was good. That's always a good thing when your back don't hurt. Nadav Mathor. Yeah, I made my appointment 2 months ago. Yep. Same here. Just he wants to do a checkup and. Hey, DeWitt, how are you doing today? Most likely it's just because I'm getting older and I've abused my body for the last 20 years being massively overweight. And there are consequences to pay for that. You know, you can only abuse a machine so long before it starts to break. Our bodies are machines, and they are prone to breaking. See, anything to do with the eye scares the hell out of me, because I only got one. No, I don't mess with my eyes. You know, I see coat hooks on the wall and think, yeah, that's a bad place for a coat hook. Yeah. Oh, did you see the guy who has he has no eye? You know, he's actually missing an eye, so he has an artificial eye that he puts in his eye socket, you know, the fake eye. And he made an LED red glowing eye to put in his eye, so he looks like the Terminator. That's awesome. Actually, I mean, there's a few things I miss about the East. I miss the green, but that's not a big deal because I also love the desert. I really do miss the water. You know, being able to, you know, drive a little cheap boat 3 miles to the ramp to, you know, launch into the Delaware River. I miss being able to do that. But again, not the end of the world. I miss access to cheap goods. That I really miss. Let me see if I can find that. Here it is. This guy. Oh, we just started, dude. Literally a few minutes ago. So there, that guy replaced his eye with a LED flashlight. Well, I'm at 7,000 feet, so we have winter. In fact, this year it's annoying because winter started early. We had a cold front come down from Canada, and we started off cold early. Usually we don't see freezing temperatures until end of December. Now we've had freezing temperatures for the last month. Still okay during the day. We usually hit 45, 50 during the day, but we should be hitting 70. So this winter's been unusually cold, but the heat pump's holding up. I found out that it's more effective than I thought it was. It's still a little undersized for this room. If I could find a damn remote for that other heat pump, I lost the remote. I even bought extra remotes and I lost them. I have 3 remotes and I can't find one. And if I could turn on that heat pump, that would be enough to offset that would be the extra 12,000 BTUs I need. But I found out I need to keep the ceiling fans on. I have to keep the ceiling fans on 24/7. Because what happens is all the hot air collects at the ceiling. And so everything, you know, from your chest down feels cold. Because the hot air is up top and the cold air is at the bottom. And as soon as I turn the ceiling fans on, all the air gets mixed. And it's much, much more comfortable. See, what happens is because the hot air sits at the top, it tricks the heat pumps into throttling down. Because the heat pumps think, oh, it's warm enough. I don't need to pump as much heat anymore. So, oh yeah. Although I don't know if I'd want a transmitter inside my cranial cavity. That might be a bad idea. Hello, Photo Minima. Or Minima. What would happen is all the hot air would rise to the ceiling, and I have these like cathedral-like ceilings where it's not a flat ceiling, it's the shape of the roof, which I prefer. I love that. You can see it back here. So all the hot air would sit at the top, and second was good, Minima. Okay. I just remembered mine was a word in German, so I figured it was pronounced that way. And of course, the head units for the heat pumps are at the top of the roof too. So what would happen is all the hot air would collect at the top of the ceiling, and would surround the heat pump, would be tricked into thinking, oh, it's warm enough, so I don't have to heat anymore because, it's programmed with a temperature. And now that I'm circulating the air, the heat pumps run longer because they realize that the air is not hot enough yet. Although they run through a lot of defrost cycles, like once an hour, they'll stop and it'll say DF, defrost, and then they'll turn back on again. I'm not sure if that's normal to do it that often or if that means something's not right. I'm not sure. But yeah, now that I have the ceiling fan on, I have had to keep turning my head unit in my bedroom down more and more and more because it kept getting too hot. And now I'm running it at 74, and that seems to be right about perfect. It usually gets to about 65 degrees in the room, and I'm comfortable at 65. It's interesting. The other interesting thing about living in a desert environment is you actually need more heat to be comfortable. Which is, you would think that would be the opposite, but the opposite's also true in the summer. You need less cooling to be comfortable as well. Because the air has no humidity, the air doesn't act like a thermal blanket. So you're not being insulated by the heavy, thick humidity of the air around you. So you actually need a higher temperature to be comfortable. I'm thinking that might be what causes the heat flashing in the summertime, where every night in the summertime, right around 10 o'clock, it just suddenly feels like it gets hotter for like a half an hour before things stabilize again. I wonder if there's some kind of air inversion going on after the sun has settled. Where there's like hotter air at the ceiling and it's being mixed when the sun falls, and you're feeling that excess heat, until the Now that's something I'm interested in. Storage heating. I'm thinking about um I want to figure out a way to use water to heat the house, because I can. This is all just, it's interesting to me. It's fun. It's not because I need to do it. I don't. The heat pump costs very little money to run. I mean, it barely scratches my electric bill. Um, in the summertime, it adds like 30 or 40 bucks to my electric bill to run my air conditioner 24/7. It's a 22 SEER, um, 27,000 BTU triple head heat pump, and it's extraordinarily efficient. And so it's not a matter of cost, because the cost to build alternative systems is also going to be pretty extensive. It's more because it's fun to me. It's interesting. Well, that's the thing, though. You're using the either the cheap power or the cheap sun during the day to store heat and then release it at night, which is pretty cool. So the idea is use water, because water has the highest latent energy for heat in existence. There's no element in the periodic table, there is no material known to man that has better heat retention than water. Water is just extraordinarily good at retaining heat. How do you store during the night and release during the day? Oh, so yours was not passive, it was powered. I'm guessing your electricity was cheaper at night, so you use the cheaper electricity at night to store the heat and then release it during the day when power is more expensive? Because usually it's the other way around. You use a passive system to store heat energy during the day and then release that at night to take the load off your heater. As far as the pump shouldn't be a problem. Just use a UPS. I mean, you can just use a battery box. You know, depending on how much power it consumes. You know, just use something like this to power it up. You know, get like make sure it's lithium iron phosphate. The Blue Eddy one is really nice because it has direct AC plug-in and it can handle 600 watts. Oh, it's going. Nope, it stayed. And it will automatically switch back and forth. So when power goes out, it'll switch the battery. When power comes back on, it'll charge the battery back up. When I had the pellet stove, that's what I did. I ran the pellet stove on a UPS. Okay. So yeah, you were taking advantage of time of use power. Okay, that makes sense. We have something similar here. Well, that'll work too. Then you can just power the whole house. So the idea is to have a water tank outside, fill that with water. You know, that's say a 500-gallon water tank. Eventually you'd want a couple thousand gallons. And the idea is you would spend all spring, summer, and part of fall heating up the water in that tank because it would take a long time. It's a lot of water. The amount of kilowatt hours of power you would need to heat all of that water is extraordinary. But you could also then extract all of that out of it in the wintertime. So, and it's cold by 5. Now, does it passively release or actively release? So is it just passively heating your house during the day, releasing the heat it created, or is there some kind of a transfer system, a water pump transfer system that extracts the heat that was stored overnight? Because it sounds like your system's not working correctly. Or it's undersized. But maybe you could not turn it on until like 3 in the afternoon. This way your house will be warm when you get home. Yeah, because that would suck to come home to a cold house. That's not fun. The what's it called? The 3D scanner works. It actually works decently well. But most people dramatically overestimate the result they're going to get. If you're trying to create a 3D model for your like video game or something like that, it's going to work great because the resolution is actually not that great. But most of the time you color map a skin layer to go on top of the model, and that skin layer provides a lot of the resolution that your brain perceives. So with the color layer, it looks like a pretty high resolution scan. But the moment you remove the color layer and you're looking at a naked STL file, yeah, I don't know what kind of system that is. When you look at the naked STL file, you realize that it's nowhere near the resolution you thought it was going to be. Virtually all 3D models, if you want to print that 3D model, are going to require extensive post-processing work in a modeling program. Oh. Yeah, if you can't stop it and store that heat longer, I can see that being a problem. So while they do work, you do need to get the most bang for your buck out of them. You do need to be pretty fluent in 3D modeling software so that you can post process the model after the fact. The resolution is actually pretty good, like dimensionally. Like if I scan, a 50 millimeter object and then I measure that object in the 3D software, it's 50 millimeters. It's pretty darn close. I was actually surprised by how close it was to reality in that regard. But like there's going to be like this surface is not going to be smooth and flat, and these little bumps are going to require a lot of work and stuff like that to truly reproduce this. It'll get you like 90% of the way there, but that last 10% is pretty extensive. But once you had the environment set up, once you had the lighting set up, once you understood how to use it, the software being a little bit buggy, it does work. I mean, it was pretty impressive. I was actually more impressed, scanning my own head and then applying a color map to it, because it captures the color map at the same time. That looked great. Now, once you remove the color map, you realize, that needs a lot of work. But with the color map, it was pretty impressive. But you definitely need a controlled environment. This is not the kind of thing where you're gonna, walk up to an object and go, and yeah, that's not gonna work. Oh wow, that's a beautiful picture. Ships in a Storm on a Rocky Coast by Jan Porcellus at the Hollowell Museum. Sailing ship pictures. So the idea is to have a very large tank of water, and I would have solar water heaters to heat the water, and also resistance heaters that would be solar powered to heat the water. And then just have it in a massively insulated, like we're talking 20-inch thick insulated walls. To we haven't done anything with it yet. Once I'm done with the third room, the pantry room, and I have a table set up in there, because we tried to set up one puzzle in the kitchen here, and yeah, that didn't work well. Cats made a mess of that. I heard a weird sound, and I come out, and all the puzzle pieces are all over the floor, and I'm like, yeah, that's not going to work. So we're going to have to dedicate a room to it, put a cover over it when we're not working on it, so that the cats can't tear them apart, because they'll pull each piece off. But I got a crap ton of puzzles, so we're gonna do something with that. I'm trying to involve Michelle. I'm trying to motivate her to be involved, because I need her to be more active instead of just sleeping in a room all day, because she's just gonna wither away and die. So I'm trying to get her motivated, get her active and involved and excited about it. So I just gotta get myself motivated, active, and involved and excited about it too. So the idea would be you would spend 6 months of the year heating up the water in that tank, because it's going to take, tens of thousands of kilowatt hours to heat it up. And then in the wintertime, you would pipe that water into the house through insulated conduits. Baked bean puzzle. I have the ketchup puzzle, where the whole puzzle is just the color of Heinz ketchup. that one's gonna be fun. Baked bean puzzle. So now I gotta look this up. Where's my Amazon link? Oh, Jesus. And that's only a 500 piece. There's probably worse one. Oh, that looks nasty as hell. That one looks awesome, even though it looks nasty. Wow. So we are talking about, here's the baked bean one. That does not look fun. Oh my God. That looks just evil. Then you have this one. And that one will be equally as fun, but at least it's a little more colorful. Is it square? I like that it's square. Yeah, it's square. I like that. Instead of the typical, 3x2, 4x3. That's a 1x1. And then that one looks absolutely evil as well. But I got this one. So I do have that one, where the whole thing is just the color of Heinz ketchup. And I think I have this one as well. Yes. So this one's the shape of a Heinz bottle. That's a little easier. Chinese copy of Legos? That's interesting. Oh, that looks evil too. Ow. Fun with that. I mean, at least you know inside and outside. They need to update. Actually, now that I think about it, they need to update these puzzles. Now that we have the higher resolution James Webb Telescope pictures. Yeah, they need to update this. The new James Webb picture of this is just phenomenal. The increased resolution is just out of this world. It's like we were blind before. The new ones are so high res. The impossible puzzle. It's just white. Yeah. Have fun with that. Oh my God, it's worse. It's clear. It's clear plastic. Holy crap. Oh, they're evil too. False edges and false corners. Oh, you evil fucks. Oh, that looks evil. Oh, it's a brand. Oh, Jesus, it is. It is spelled backwards. They look pretty cool. Expensive puzzles, but they look nice. That one actually looks pretty cool. I like that. Cheapo tours. Are you going to go back or are you just going to sit there? If anybody wants to check out these jigsaw backwards puzzles, here you go. What? So that's not the puzzle? Oh, there's slight differences. Okay. Well, I might have to get one of these. Not right now, though. I have way too many puzzles and way too little money. So I'm going to save one. I should have a puzzles category. Puzzles. Here we go. So we started off with this for our sauce cups and found out a couple of things. First one being that putting them in sideways is not as efficient. It's a bit hard to make them fit right. So I switched over to putting them in long ways and came up with this. Now, a couple things I discovered. One rib wasn't enough. As you can see, the surface is not quite flat. Also, I got sick and tired of one of these sliding out and, just falling out. And we found out they're a little bit tight. These are not consistent. So some of them are longer and shorter. Some of them are... So the actual stamping process that cuts out this rim on the top is inconsistent by up to 1 millimeter. So a tolerance needs to be built into the model. So a few changes I made is I made some corrections. I added some ribs. I added a way to attach to the wall. And I also added a little bump down here so they don't just slide out on their own. Then there's the 6-piece one. Hold 6, so this is the one that would just sit on the table and you'd have 6 choices inside there. But again, same problem. It's strong enough, but it needs 2 ribs per section. So we made that change. Well, first I made a couple of small corrections. So this one is sized a little bit bigger. I added 2 ribs to the side to test it, and that worked great. So the side is much more straight and consistent versus the front with just 1 rib in each section. And then I added that little bump in the bottom here so that when a cup is inside there, it doesn't just slide out. You have to actually lift it over that bump to get it out. I'll get to that in just a moment. So that was iteration 3. And finally, I came to iteration 4. And this is the current iteration. We're actually going to make a couple more corrections. So this one has, can you see it? I'll show it to you on the other one. But now I have a little tab here. And that has an indent. A screw can go straight through there. And then inside the back of the middle one, I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, there it is. See a little hexagon inside there? So inside the back of that there's a little indent there for a screw. So I can put a screw here and a screw here to hold it in. I also figured out a way we're going to make the change today to get rid of this. So we're going to get rid of that altogether. I also figured out how to load them. So to load them, you actually want to load them like this. And that's one of the changes we're going to make today. So if you slide it in as far as you can like this and push it against the back wall, it tends to drop into place relatively evenly each time. And then usually the next one will drop right on top of it. So again, you hold it like that and you slide it in there and just drop it in place. And sometimes it turns, but once you get 2 or 3 of them in there, it tends to do what it's supposed to do. There we go. It fell into place. So just you get your finger as far as you can in there and drop it in place, and then it just sits right on top. And obviously to get them out, you just lift up a little bit and it slides out, and then the rest drop down into place. So that is working pretty good. So I decided to print with some nicer plastics. And check this out. You're going to love this. This is the Alien 3D Blood of My Enemies. Transparent glitter red. I love the way that came out. You can see the hexagon in the back there. I'll show you what that is in the modeling software. And then you can see there's 2 ribs per section. You can see through the transparent one here. That came out fantastic. I am really, really super pleased with how that came out. And then, of course, I also printed the table-mounted one. And this one has the built-in handle. So that's easy to carry. That honeycomb effect, that's just infill with no top and bottom layers. That's all that is. That's just infill with no top and bottom layers. I love the look when you look through this and you can see the shape of each rib. I love that. That came out absolutely beautiful. Well, there are a couple corrections we're going to make, and then this model will be finished. I don't see any need to make any further changes to it. You definitely need to use a brim, because the corners love peeling up. But the changes that I want to make are these cutouts right here. We're going to put those cutouts up here too. That's going to do 2 things. It's going to reduce how much plastic we need, because now we're not going to need plastic there. It's going to reduce how many pass-throughs we need. It's also going to allow me, for the tabletop one, it's not as big a deal. But for this one here, it'll let me get rid of this. So if I have a cutout here, then I can just put the screw hole right here, like I did the bottom. So I can put that little hexagon right there at the bottom, instead of having this tab sticking out of the top. Freezing yourself to make that cash. Hell yeah, dude. Take that utility money. Good for you. Yours came out wavy because the original one is wavy. So with only 1 rib on each, the distance from rib to rib is too great. And so the plastic, as it's a thermoplastic, so it's able to move. The updated model, which I don't know if I updated the double rib model, but we will today either way. The updated model, as you can see, has 2 ribs per section. And that makes all the difference in the world. It comes out nice and flat. While this one, you can see, comes out nice and wavy. See how it's all wavy? Okay. That's why it did that. It's still usable, but I want it to be nice and flat as well. I agree. But that's why. Usually when I print stuff with ribs, it's a rounded shape, and the round shape provides support. Because these are flat shapes, there's nothing to support them. So as the plastic cools and heats, it's able to move around a little bit and meander. But I love this. Just came out so beautiful. Oh, that's gorgeous. And I love this tabletop one. I'm going to have to make a more advanced one because there's enough space for me to do it. So I'm eventually going to make one where half of it is sauce packets, and there's going to be 4 if there's enough room. So half will be the cups and half will be the packets. And then I'm also going to have openings on the end for straws and maybe little plastic forks and stuff like that. So all that freebie stuff that you get from the fast food joints, you can just fill one of these up with everything as you get more. And, well, round shape would be hard. Well, round shape like nose cone. When I do something like, see, this round shape here, there's no waviness in that. But look at this flat fin. Flat fin has all kinds of waviness. Yeah, here, you can see it right here. This one. Yeah, that's got all waviness in it, but this doesn't. Okay, so this round shape is self-supporting. That's all I've been working on this week. I've been printing out. I got, how many of these do I have? Here's one. Here's two. Here's three. Here's five. Here's six. Here's seven. So, I've been printing out a lot of these. I burn the plastic so you don't have to. Yeah, you got each iteration. You got to go through each iteration to, figure out what you did wrong, then try it again, and figure out what you did wrong, then try it again. Now, the correct way to do this would have been to print a section of it, so I wouldn't waste so much plastic. That would have been the more proper way to do it. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're doing okay, Ray. We're doing okay. We will figure things out. Yeah, it's funny. Okay, first, I'm complaining, but I'm not whining because I have it better than most people. I mean, most people can only dream of owning their own home. I own my home, so I'm already way ahead of the pack. The only thing really killing me right now is the carryover debt, the inherited debt from my dad. When I was living in Pennsylvania, I had the store. The store made enough money to pay all those debt notes. But when the landlord sold the store, obviously I had to move. You guys know the whole story. I had to move. I could no longer afford to live in Pennsylvania. Without a business making that kind of money, I could no longer afford to live there. But when I sold the house wasn't worth enough to pay everything off. So I had to, I was not allowed to sell the house unless everything was paid off. So I had to pay off some of his debts, my dad's debts, using my own credit until I got the amount of the debts below the sale price of the house. So I am now carrying about $35,000 of his debt in my name, in my accounts. There's nothing I can do about that. I mean, I just have to pay it. I mean, I'm safe. I make enough money to pay my bills every month, my utility bills, because they're not much. My water bill's $30, phone bill's $55, the internet is $30, and the electric's about $150 to $250, depending on if it's summer or winter. So, I make enough to pay my bills. I don't make enough to pay all the debt notes. And my buffer that I put into the account where the automatic payments for the debt notes come out, that's going to run out about March. And at that point, I either need to have increased. Bankruptcy would probably cost more than paying it. So at that point, I will either need to have increased my income sufficiently to be able to pay those extra payments, or I'm going to start defaulting. And when I start defaulting, I don't know what's going to happen. Best case scenario, my credit is destroyed for 7 years. Worst case scenario, they come after me for the money. Because we're talking about three $10,000 lines of credit. That's not chump change. So now it's three different lines, but two of them are with one bank. So that's $20,000 with one bank. Well, not quite $20,000. It's 7 and 8, so $15,000. But that is definitely enough for them to want to pursue legal action to try to recover their money. They can't take my house, as far as I know. I believe the homestead protection would protect my house, and I don't really have any assets from the take. That's what I need to try to do. It's not as easy as you think. You can't just, it doesn't quite work from that. Exactly. But they're still going to want to pursue their legal action and pursue their judgments because that gives them more options for writing off that debt for their tax purposes. And they don't care about the damage that causes when that happens. But, and I don't blame them. I borrowed the money. You know, the fact that that was inherited debt's not their fault. They didn't stick me with it, so it's not their fault. So I get that. But basically, I need to get a job. I don't make enough doing this, not yet. And I did a pretty good job screwing it up in 2020. My fault or not, it's still my responsibility. But, and the problem is right now, because it got attached to my house. The way you legally you can't inherit someone else's debt. They used a bit of legal trickery to effectively cause me to inherit the debt. So my dad and I have the same name. Chris Wesley Taylor Jr., Chris Wesley Taylor Sr., but obviously the senior's not there. I bought the house from him when he was in trouble debt-wise. I had collected something like $80,000, $90,000 working at VoiceNet. I used to work for an internet provider. I was making $30 an hour. This is 20 years ago, and but I didn't really have much to spend money on, so I just kept saving it. Figured, eventually I'm going to move out and buy a house. He got in trouble. I gave him the money to get him out of trouble. He signed the house over to me. The deal was if, once he recovered, he would pay me back the money and I would sign the house back over to him. If he didn't recover, the house would be mine to cover what I paid. And, the city declared, by fiat, they just declared this. They declared my house part of my dad's estate. And of course, the house wasn't listed in the will because it wasn't his house. It was my house. And the result of that is all of my dad's debt holders attached liens to my house for his debts, effectively forcing me to inherit his debt. Yes, I spoke to lawyers. The lawyers said, you have a case. There's no straw man argument. You bought the house from him 20 years ago. Well, at the time, it was 2002. Yeah, I think it was 2001 or 2002. So it would have been like 16 years ago. Straw man is 3 years. They have straw man laws so that, like, for example, if you got into a whole bunch of debt, you can't just sign your house over to a friend or a brother to keep it out of the courts. They would say, no, that house is part of this. So there's a time limit on that, and we were well past that, so this was not a straw man situation. But because we had the same names, I don't know exactly how they did it. No, nothing. Well, what happened recently is I'm getting to the point where the reserve money is gone, and in March I will have no more reserve money to be continuing to pay the payments on these debts. We think it was Bristol Township that did it. My dad owed a tremendous amount of money for the sewer bill, and they tripled it by tacking on fees and lawyer costs and shit like that. The Bristol Township was very corrupt. There was a lot of embezzling going on. They're trying to compensate for it by raking people for property taxes. That's why the property taxes on my house were $8,500. They were trying to bail themselves out on the backs of the people. There's a lot of corruption in Bristol Township. It's all right. Hey, there's nothing I can do about it. Like I said, I am miles ahead of the average person. All right. I work from home. I was able to bring my sister with me. I own my home. I own my cars. I am way better off than most people, even though I make like, $600 a month. But I have a very cheap lifestyle. So, my costs are very low. So it's not like the end of the world. Well, you have to. If you let it, it'll destroy you if you dwell on it. I mean, I talked to a lawyer. The lawyer said you have a case. What they did is illegal. He's like, they can't just declare your house part of his estate. He said, but the problem is no judge in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is going to revoke the liens on the house. He's like, they're not going to screw the banks. So you'll win the battle and lose the war. And worse, you're going to pay me more than what's owed. He told me straight up, there's no point. I mean, even Ford Motor Credit came out of the fucking woodwork like the worm they are to claim their piece of my flesh. Like 12 years earlier, they screwed my dad over. He hit hard times really bad. He had to choose between bailing my brother out of jail and making his car payments. And he chose to bail my brother out of jail. His car got repoed with 8 payments left. 8 payments. Leonidas Square, I'll check him out. So he had 8 payments left on the car and they repoed it. Now, the reason they did that is because they knew they could sell the car for more than what he owed. Now, of course, the way repos work, most people don't realize this until it happened. Well, yeah, the lawyer was a family friend. The lawyer was a lifelong family friend of my dad, so he told me straight up. Hey, someone who wants to lick my balls. Lick my balls, buddy. Yeah, he was straight with me. He's like, even at cost, I've got to pay my paralegals and whatnot. He's like, it's going to cost you tens of thousands of dollars to fight this, and it's going to take years. Because he's like, and even when you win, you'll still lose. Because even once you get the house declared not part of his probate and the house in your name, the way it's supposed to be, the liens are going to stay. He's like, no judge is going to remove those liens. And so the whole point was the liens. So there was no point in fighting. So when they repo your car, they charge you exorbitant fees for everything. The towing, the paperwork, the storage, the auction, everything. So after they sell your car and profit from your car, you still owe them money. When they pulled this shit with my dad's house, my house, they're calling it his house. Oh, I got to show you pictures. Oh, you're going to love this. We're going to do a little sidebar on my old house. Wow, the money they put into it. It's a whole new building. They had to have put $250,000 into this house. They had to have put $250,000 into this house. They're now selling it for $600,000. Yeah, the house that I sold for $145,000, they're now selling. Well, the third person. It's been through 3 hands since I sold the house. The first guy lost his shirt on it. Good, because he was an asshole. But this latest person, they totally renovated the entire house. Ground up. Finished basement, everything. And they're selling it for $600,000, and they'll probably get it, too. I'm going to show you pictures. It's amazing. It's mind-blowing. I'm not upset. I'm happy. I'm thrilled that they were able to save that house and do something amazing with it. And it's still got the original mailbox. I love it. A year after his death, I get a letter in the mail of a new lien on the house from Ford Motor Credit for $456. They stole his car from him, sold it for a profit, and gerrymandered the bookwork so that he still owed money and came after me because the house being declared in his name 12 years later for $456. Oh my God, it's so pathetic. What are you gonna do? Hi, baby. But that's why I busted my ass for those 3 years working 3 full-time jobs, was to pay down as much of that debt as possible so that we could sell the house break even or as close to break even as possible. $35,000 is pretty close to break even when you're dealing with numbers in the $500,000 range. But yeah, now nobody's after me. The debts are all cleared except for the ones that I had to transfer into my credit. So I either need, and the problem is I need to get a job. And the problem is right now, at least, I'm not physically capable of holding a job. Unless I can find a sit-down job. A job where I don't have to be on my feet. I cannot be on my feet for 8 hours. I can't be on my feet for 30 minutes. It's just, my body won't do it. It won't hold up. Hit the button.
I did.
Okay. Copyright claim,
I know.
I'm not physically capable of being on my feet for that long, which is going to make holding any kind of a normal job nearly impossible. So I can't deliver pizza. That's not going to work. The disproportion in pay is so bad that it's negative income. There's a reason they can't find drivers for Domino's Pizza here in town, and that's because the pay is negative. Excuse me, in the fridge, in the cooler. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. No, I just had to tell him, excuse me a second, but thank you for bringing it out. She brought a carton of milk so I can have some cereal later.
Excuse me.
It's all right. No big deal. So working for Domino's Pizza would actually result in negative income, meaning you would lose money, not make money. You wouldn't lose it immediately. You would lose it burning up your car delivering pizza. People don't realize, when you're doing a gig work. Yeah, OnlyFans. Want me to sit on your face? It'll be the last time. Squish.
Hi, guys.
So, I gotta fix my shit, get myself into some, at least enough shape to be able to hold some sort of a job, and get myself physically fit enough to be able to hold a job, a physical job, since sit down jobs aren't that common, especially out here. But there's no technical support jobs out here. So I got to March to figure that out. By then, we'll see. I don't know. I mean, I got to find out what's available and what I'm capable of doing. That's what I'm thinking. If I could find some kind of phone support kind of job, technical support over the phone, because I did that for years, and it was very good paying at the time. OnlyFans is a site like YouTube, Twitch, etc. It's a video content creation site, but it's dominated by women and sex. So think of it as soft porn. The trick is finding one. Most of them are scams. Michelle, come on, work with me, please. You're bad.
What'd he do?
He's a cat. He's bad. All cats are bad.
He smacked me with his tail, so I grabbed his tail.
Is it really? It's just straight up porn? Well, the trick is finding ones that aren't a scam. Most of them are scams. I would rather go bankrupt than work a call center, for example, scamming people out of their money. So that's not going to happen. And a lot of the times it's commission based selling stuff, so they're not actually paying you. You only get paid a commission if you sell something. Well, have you looked at the economy lately? Good luck selling stuff. If you're in the right market, yes. And I do want to try to do that. I would think so. I would hope so. It's a little harder here in New Mexico because I can't use PLA. Anything made out of PLA would have to be indoor only, because anything for the car or outdoors, which is what people want, they want outdoor decorations and stuff like that, you have to use ABS or ASA. I mean, I don't even think PETG would hold up. The thermal radiation here is just too high. Anything that's not clear or white is just going to absorb too much solar radiation and it's going to warp. So that makes it significantly harder. But yes, I do want to try to do things like that. Try to leverage the printers that I have to I smell something. But like, you know, this thing that I made, I want to work on, you know, producing those because I think people would like those. This is to be able to use a 12-volt light bulb on your Ryobi battery. Design them for other batteries as well. This is just, the Ryobi is the easiest because it's that pogo style structure. Selling models is not profitable. If you make art, selling models is if you make art, like if you're making Marvel characters, dragon characters, fantasy characters, stuff like that, like a lot of the Patreon modelers do, Sanex and stuff, like people like that, I don't have that kind of skill. Okay, there's no real model money in utility parts. There's model money in art parts. But now, of course, there's always money in niches if you can fill a niche. So there's people, you know, they have a local business that needs a particular widget and they're able to make that widget. Okay, they can fill that niche, and that works very well. I haven't discovered a niche yet here, but I keep looking, of course. Restaurants wouldn't like this. This would be a pain in the ass for a restaurant. They would never use something like that. Well, it's the well, it's kind of, it's not a bad thing. It's kind of similar to why, you know, athletes get paid so much and, you know, nurses don't. All right, you know, people don't perceive teachers and nurses and EMTs as special. They're just part of society. They're a necessary part of our existence. But people crave, fandom, such as movie stars and athletes and stuff like that. People get mad. It actually kind of, you see, I'm a weird one in this regard because I'm a businessman. I'm a capitalist. And I will die on this sword that capitalism is good and that capitalism benefits the entire world, and that what we have today is not capitalism, it's feudalism. Feudalism benefits nobody but the wealthy. But yeah. The where'd it go? Is it here? Yeah. The an athlete isn't stealing money from doctors and nurses. People are paying for it willingly. No one's being robbed. If an athlete can make millions of dollars doing what they do, all the power to them. Especially since they can only do that for 10 or 15 years before they destroy their bodies. I mean, so if they're not bad, evil, or malicious for being rich by being able to leverage their bodies for sports. But that also means we as a society should support people like teachers and EMTs and doctors more. And that's a failure of society, not a failure of sports athletes and stuff like that, and movie actors and stuff like that. They're making money. It's not like they have a welfare system and they're leeching off the welfare system, for $30 million to be Tony Stark in a movie. No, that movie made $3 billion. It was worth paying him to be in it. So you see what I mean? So I sold my house in Pennsylvania, moved out here to New Mexico. Guy who bought the house was a dickhead. He lost his shirt when he resold the house, and I'm glad, because he was an asshole. He sold it to somebody else, and then they sold it to somebody else, and the people who currently have it, they completely renovated the entire house. I mean, these pictures are not exactly in order because it was a weird way I had to use to download them. It was a pain in the ass to download the pictures. I guess that makes sense. These sites don't want you downloading the pictures and putting them on some other site. But so the pictures aren't in order, but wait until you see these pictures. Here we go. So this is my house, or was my house. If you remember, there was just a little concrete plat here, and now it's got 3 big giant steps. Wasn't as cleanly done as I was expecting. That could have been done better. I believe that is the original door from the house. They just repainted it. I believe they kept the original door. I'm glad they kept this tree, because it's a nice tree, and I'm super glad they kept this tree. They completely fenced in the backyard. They replaced the garage doors. They needed it. Those garage doors were so rotten. A whole new roof. It's got a brand new roof on it. All the windows have been replaced. These are all brand new windows. The house originally had old style bow windows. You know, the little hand crank windows on the corners. Actually, I better do this so I can see the chat. There we go. But yeah, this is the street view. The street appeal is gorgeous. They did a great job on this. This used to be a vestibule, so a little cubby in here that you can actually stand on the stoop. They actually got rid of that, and which opened up the space inside the house and allowed them to create a little like coat closet when you first walk in. Now, the original layout of this house, when you walked in through this door, it was a hallway straight to the kitchen. To the left was a den and also a half bath. And to the right was archways to 2 separate rooms, a formal living room and a formal dining room, and then stairs going upstairs. And then when you walk straight down the hallway to the kitchen, relatively small kitchen, and then to the left was the dining area of the kitchen, so it was basically a split kitchen. And then further left behind the garage here was steps going down 3 steps to a family room. And that was it for the first floor. Then you'd go upstairs. There were 2 bedrooms left, 1 bedroom master with its own separate bath, right, which is actually this bedroom right here, these 2 windows right here. Okay. And then this used to be, this is the bathroom. Well, this used to be the bathroom. So this was the master bedroom. This is the master bath. This was my bedroom. Behind this bedroom was my sister's bedroom. And in the middle of the house, at the top of the stairs, was a very small room, like a library, a sitting room. You could make it a micro bedroom if you wanted to. And then behind this room in the back was a full 2-room bath for the house. They completely redid all of this. This first floor used to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rooms, including the half bath. Now it's 3. They opened the whole thing up and just wait. It's mind blowing. It's mind blowing what you can do with money. So now this is the new kitchen. So this is the staircase going upstairs, and also the stairs going down to the basement. I think they've moved the kitchen into the space that used to be the dining room. The formal dining room, that's now a kitchen. At first, I thought this was way too small, but it's something to do with the pictures they took. They fucked with the perspective of these pictures. There's actually a whole lot more room here than it looks like. You'll see in the future pictures. But it's got, they went to gas for the range, which I was surprised by. It's got a wine cooler in here, everything. I mean, yeah, there's some compression going on. Also, I think maybe this island is movable. Because see how this island looks like it's even with the cabinet here? It doesn't look like that in the other pictures. So I think this island might be movable. They got the sliding doors out to they rebuilt a deck on the back of the house, which I'm glad for, because this house definitely was designed with a deck in mind. The property layout was optimized for a deck, so it now has a deck again. Well, in this case, it hurts them because it makes it look tiny, and it's not. This kitchen's actually pretty generous. This picture is bad because it makes the kitchen look tiny. Now, I'm having trouble figuring out where these rooms are. It's not easy to figure this out because they've changed the actual wall layout of the house. This might be a room in the basement. This might be a basement room. Here's the whole house from a distance. They fenced it all in. They cleaned up the trees. Everything is just massively cleaned up. Brand new garage door, brand new lights, brand new windows, brand new roof. They redid it all. They widened and cleaned up the driveway so the driveway's fresh now and it's wider. It barely held 2 cars side by side before. Now it properly holds 2 cars side by side. No pictures of the garage, so I guess they didn't do anything with the garage because otherwise they would have had pictures of it. But there's no pictures inside the garage there. Unless they made the garage, unless some of these rooms are the garage. I don't think so. Looks like they fixed all the guttering, everything. The all-new stoop on the front here. This is one of this. I think this is the master shower. It's a brand new walk-in shower. Now this, we can pinpoint where this is. The original house, this was the room I did all my, I think. Wait a minute. Or is this the basement? Oh, this might be the basement. Because what's this door? Hang on. Okay, this is the family room. And there's the kitchen up there. So this is all redone. This used to be a brick wall. This used to be a brick wall here. That's my Nico cat. He lives on my desktop. He's my little kitty cat. He just lives there. Look up Nico cat. Windows Nico cat. Yes, that is a play on word. It is cat because Nico is cat in Japanese. So this used to be 3 steps in the middle here with an archway that was brick. So this used to be a brick wall here. There was a bar here, a couch here. They totally opened this up. There was no windows here except one all the way at the end here. And now they have a line of windows here. This is so much brighter and so much more open. My God, the work. It's LVP for the floor. That's fine. Here's one of the bathrooms. Now I believe this is the master bath. I believe this is upstairs because I can see this window on the outside. I'll show you that later. But I believe this is now the master bath. So the original house had the master bedroom, and then the master bath was actually above the staircase. What they did here instead was they took the master bedroom so you had the master bedroom, my bedroom, and then in the middle where the staircase was, the bathroom, the master bath was above that, and then the family bath was at the back of the house. I think they rearranged it so that now the master bedroom is bigger, and the master bath is now that old family bathroom in the back here. So it's bigger. So I think that's what they did here. Here's the kitchen. They got the built-in microwave, beautiful gas range, beautiful ducting, beautiful cabinets. I love the window cabinets and the quartz countertop. They have the wine fridge built in. Here's the deck on the back. So these windows weren't here before. What was here was this was a bow window. So this was a bow window here, and then it had a single window down here. So now they got rid of the bow window, put in a sliding door onto a single deck instead of a double tier deck like we had, and they put 4 windows down here. So much better. So much better. There used to be a door back here to come outside. And then our original house had a double tier deck. So you had a lower level down here and a higher level up here. So what they did is they got rid of the back door of the house, put 4 windows in, got rid of the bow window, and have a single sliding glass door out onto a single deck. And here is where the you can see they got rid of most of this used to be a vestibule in the front of the house. So what they did is they got rid of most of that, and there's the front door of the house, and now they have a coat closet at the front of the house. And that also opened up this space much more. See you later, Ray. You have a great day. This used to be where I did all my 3D printing. So where the photographer is standing is where the glass table was when I did my 3D printing. And this was the other room that had the shelving along both sides of the walls and the tables lined up with 20 printers going. This was where all the printers were. But this was the formal living room and formal dining room of the original house. You can see they opened it up. They just kept the central column here because that's where the staircase is and that's where the bathroom is. Here's a farther back view of the kitchen with the island. The sink is part of the island. Here's the other angle. This is the garage. And this was not here before. So now you come down these 3 steps and you walk street level into the garage. Okay, so no steps into the garage. So that bedroom might be the garage. They may have finished the garage. I'm not sure. And back there... Oh, no, that room is there. See, there's the glass door. So that room right there, that's going down into the basement. Which means... this. Yeah, there it is. So that's the kitchen right there. That's the bathroom. This is going down into the basement, which is now completely finished. And this opens up into the other side. And you haven't seen that room yet, I don't think. Yeah, you haven't seen that room yet. So that dining room was where the den used to be. Okay, now I get it. Yep. Okay, so over here is the den. That's not where the 3D printing was. This right here is right where this desk is. That's where my steel table was. And behind the photographer, that's where the glass table was. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. The house is now worth, over $500,000. They put $250,000 into this house. Oh, they did so much to this. So this used to be the formal dining room where I did all my videos in Pennsylvania. And then this used to be an open archway. They've now changed it so that you can close this off as a home office. Great idea, by the way. A home office is definitely something that all houses should have today. And this other room you haven't seen yet. So this used to be the den. The house had a den. So there was a wall here, and there's a wall here. And this used to be a separate room, and they've now made this the formal dining room. Here's the backyard. So they put fencing up. They let all the growth go wild. There's a hill here. This is the ground level's about this high. So this is a steep hill, and there's the Delaware Canal, the one they used to use barges and donkeys with the donkey path along the canal, and would tow barges of goods up and down the canal. And there's actually 2 water locks to change elevations. There's a canal right behind this house. So they fenced it. Looks like they got plants to eventually grow in here. They should have just left them out and kept a nice clean yard, because eventually this vegetation will fill in real nice, as you can see. You used to be able to see the businesses over here on Route 13. But now you can't see them. All this vegetation has really closed in this property really nicely, made this nice and secluded. This is pretty cool. So new deck, they got the barbecue, they got a fire pit out here. They did not, I thought they regraded the property, but it looks like they didn't. See how you got a dip here, then it goes up, then it goes down. That's because the ground was collapsing underneath. I'm actually surprised they got away with that, because this house has unstable ground underneath of it, because the township fucked up. This is more corruption in Bristol Township. The community sued them multiple times, but they always won somehow. They kept draining the canal. When they drain the canal, it would drain the limestone ground underneath the property, and that would allow the property to then collapse. And so sinkholes, depressions were forming all over the neighborhood because the township kept draining, even though the geologist told them. Well, the school bus was only there for 6 months. Only the one dickhead had a problem with it. My other neighbors, they were thrilled. They knew the bus was there to let us move. But that one neighbor was an asshole. I had to tell him off a few times. But This uneven ground is caused by the ground underneath the property collapsing. It was actually damaging the house. We had portions of the house that were cracking, and sheetrock that was cracking because some of the sinkholes were underneath the house, and so the foundation was collapsing. The geologist told them not to drain the canal, that this would happen, and of course that's what happened. And worse, they fucking did it twice. They drained it, which caused holes, filled it again, and then drained it again, which just made it worse. It's like rinsing off mud. More comes off each time you do it. So I'm actually surprised they were able to command full price. Probably because it's never been officially declared that that's what's happening. And probably no one wants to get anything inspected because they know it's going to destroy their property values. So hopefully it doesn't sink anymore. The front looks like still the original mailbox. That's the mailbox I left them. So they kept the original mailbox and they kept the original front door. They got rid of the Christmas tree. I don't blame them. That thing was a mess, but it was nostalgic for us because it was our first Christmas tree when we bought the house in 1980. But yeah, this street appeal is so much nicer. They did a great job. Here's another angle of the deck. Here's the office where I used to do the 3D printing. That used to be a bow window. And then you can see here, see that little window? I think there's another one over here. So I think that's the bathroom. I think they expanded this to now be the master bath. This, I am almost certain, is the basement. They completely redid the basement. They made a finished basement, and they completely finished the whole thing. The house has a full basement that goes underneath the entire house. It was 3 rooms, 1 giant room and 2 small side rooms. And they did all of it. They have a bedroom down there now. This is Michelle's bedroom. This used to be Michelle's bedroom. You see right out there, that's the chimney on top of the back of the house where the family room is. So this is Michelle's bedroom right here. This is where she was. And here's the back deck again. Beautiful deck. Here's the basement again. These are the support pillars that hold up the basement. These are the 2 rooms. These are the stairs to go upstairs. So it's a fully finished basement now. Absolutely incredible. The amount of money they put into this house. Jesus. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, I could absolutely see somebody spending $600,000 for this house now. There's a beautiful view. So this used to be the den, and then this used to be where the kitchen table was, and that was the kitchen. And then this is where I did the 3D printing. This was the formal living room, and back here was the formal dining room. Yeah. But look how open it is now. This is the bathroom. So this is the 3/4 bath. This is the stairs upstairs. Underneath is the stairs that go downstairs. This used to be an archway. They replaced it with French doors now. This is a beautiful smoking room. They did a beautiful job on this. Here is I believe this is the upstairs bathroom. This is the general bathroom for everybody, or it's in the basement. I'm not sure because this might be the basement because that's where the hookups were for the washer and dryer, and this should be the stairs going upstairs. If this is the stairs going upstairs, then that would be where the utility was before. So this might be in the basement. This door wasn't here. Originally, the door was actually on this side, and he had steps into the Okay, where the vent is? Yeah, good. I actually have a couple of these lights, but my ceilings are too low to use them in this house. Here's the front door. So right here would have been the wall for this den. They even got a little iRobot vacuum. A RoboVac. Here's see we were looking out that bedroom window and we saw this for the chimney. Looks like they redid the chimney, or at least repainted it. They kept the original pad and the original door for the basement. Someone else who wants to lick my balls. Go lick my balls. But yeah, so originally this house had a deck at half this height. So this was a deck here, and then stairs up to the higher level deck. They just got rid of all of it and put a single deck with sliding glass doors coming out. There used to be a single window here, and then a back door right here coming out onto this deck, and then you have steps up onto the higher level. And there was a bow window right here in the dining room. So right there's a bow window. And you see there's that window I saw from the bathroom. So that's the master bath now. Lots of storage underneath here. You could do a lot with that. If you did it right, you could even store a riding lawnmower in there, have a track system underneath here. You drive it onto the track, slide it under, and you can have your lawnmower underneath there. Snowblower, stuff like that. That'd be great storage if you did it right. Put paneling on here. You just gotta watch the critters. We got groundhogs, gophers, and raccoons back here. I believe this is also the basement, so this is another room in the basement. So they added a guest bedroom or whatever in the basement. This again, I believe, is the bathroom in the basement. Another angle in the front here. I wonder what that is, that line right there. I have no idea what that is. Looks like all new siding too. We had like a cream colored siding. This is more of a khaki tan colored siding. I like it. Looks good. The white garage doors kind of look off. I mean, I would have made the garage doors the same color as the siding. Keep the white trim for the white trim windows, but I would have made the garage doors this tan. That's just me. Now, this, I believe, is what used to be my dad's master bathroom. And it looks like they actually converted what was a bathroom. This was the bathroom for the master bedroom right here. And this here used to not go into this room. It used to be when you came up the stairs, you'd turn right, you had his bedroom door and this bedroom door, this bathroom door, into a two-room bathroom. It was a split bathroom. And so it looks like, I'm guessing, since there's no pictures of this room, I'm guessing they converted the master bath into a walk-in closet, because he only had a regular closet, and now there's no closet there. So I'm guessing that the master bath is now a walk-in closet, and that the family bathroom is now the master bathroom, which makes his bedroom bigger and makes this bathroom substantially bigger. So again, a huge upgrade. There it is. So this is the right-hand corner of the house. Looking at it from the front, inside, this is the left corner. So this is now the master bathroom, or master bedroom. So this was my dad's bedroom. Now this, I believe, okay, this is my bedroom. This used to be my bedroom. We can see how we got the other two windows, and we can see that yellow tree out front here. Yep, this is my bedroom. This is the bedroom I used to sleep in. It obviously looked nothing like this. I love that fan though. Holy shit, that fan is sweet. There's the half bath. I'm guessing, unless they turned it into a closet, but I'm guessing that's still a half bath. Yeah, I'm surprised too. I couldn't find a floor plan. I checked the different sites. You see, that's a door there now. So I wonder what they did with that little the library. That little sitting room up there. Now this is the family room. This is where my brother slept. We had a fireplace. They took out the wood burning stove and they put it back to a fireplace, it looks like. Although it looks like decorations in there now. So maybe this is decorative. Maybe this is a gas heater or something. I don't know. Maybe it's not an actual fireplace. Nice TV in there. Look how much brighter this is with all these windows. Oh my God, what an improvement. This room so badly needed more light, and now it has it. See how it looks like there's a lot more room here? It doesn't look nearly as tight as it did in the other picture. Again, this is what used to be the formal dining room and is now an office. And you see that door on the other side of the glass there? That's the door going into the smoking room. This is the door going down to the basement, which is now fully furnished. This used to be 5 separate rooms. Went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This used to be 5 separate rooms. Now it's one giant room with 2 side rooms. So much, much better use of the space. When our house was built in the 80s, when the upper middle class houses were built in the 80s, the in thing was to have lots of rooms. So the house had lots of rooms, and they were all too small. This open floor plan is a far better use of the space. This is so much better than the layout we had. This, again, we're in the basement. So this is the living room for the basement, and there's a bedroom. Tub. This is the front of the house. So you can see, instead of having a vestibule in the front of the house, now it's basically flat, and you have this little I'm guessing a coat closet. People can put their coats, umbrellas, stuff they can go in there. But this used to be a wall right about, probably right here, probably right along this. Used to be a wall here. Yeah, and this would be the hallway. This would be the stairs. And this here would be the den. Beautiful bathroom. It looks kind of out of place, but I like the blue. It makes it makes it more cheery. It's not so drab, because this would otherwise be a very drab gray silver. But that blue adds a nice punch to it. I actually do like it. There's the stairs. This was the original hallway. This was the original half bath. So it's just a toilet and a sink, no shower. So they kept that, which is smart. You don't want to have to go all the way upstairs or downstairs to use the bathroom. I'm wondering if they finished that garage. Here's the smoking room. Now, here's another case where the picture hurts them. This is a poor quality picture. I would have never posted this picture to a real estate listing. This makes the room look small. This room is actually huge. This bar here is actually very long, but this picture squashes it and makes it look short. You'll see what I mean. That's the original door, and that's the original little concrete slab, because this goes into the garage. Again, here you see in the kitchen, this starts to make it look a little more constricted than it really is. But this is not a bad picture. This is a good picture. I'm pretty sure this is a beam. I don't know. I'm thinking this is where the original wall was. So it looks like they may have made this, the bathroom bigger. Maybe. Because I think that's a structural support beam there. This is one of the basement bedrooms. Yeah, see, here's the window. This used to be a bow window. These 2 windows right here, that used to be a bow window. And this is the master bath now. There used to be a window here for a regular bathroom. And then this is Michelle's bedroom here. There's the, now you see, this here used to be the entrance to the room, to the master bedroom. And this was not part of the master bedroom. This was the family bathroom. So they've expanded the master bedroom to go all the way back, or at least this far. And now the bathroom and shower are part of the master. And I'm guessing the old master bathroom is now a walk-in closet. So this is the master bedroom you saw there. Now see, that's the weird thing. This window was for the master bathroom. So they haven't shown us what's behind this. Unless it is a walk-in closet still, but they kept the window because it looks nice. I'm not sure. I have no idea what's inside there. But I think that's a closet now. I don't think that's a bedroom anymore. Or bathroom. You see how this is all pushed out now? You can actually stand in here before, but they pushed the door closer to the front of the house so that they could open up the inside of the house more. So here's where I sat and did my videos. This used to be the bow window you guys would see behind me when I was recording my videos. The glass table and the bow window behind me, that was this wall right here. This used to be a bow window, and the kitchen table was right here. And then you had a wraparound counter here. They've now opened it up with an island. Very nice. Oh, they even have a pot filler. Nice. I have one of these for here. Haven't installed it yet. There's another shot of the living room in the basement. Yeah, this was our house for 40 years. They put a new concrete slab underneath the propane tanks. They put 2 brand new heat pumps in there. They fully fenced it. Oh, it looks like they cheaped out. They fully fenced the front half, but didn't continue the fencing. Cheap bastards. They should have kept that fencing going all the way around. They cheaped out. New windows for the basement. Ah, beautiful. Now this I'm not sure. This might, no, that's not it. And it's too big. This has to be the basement. This must be one of the basement bedrooms. I'm thinking it's this window right here. I think that window right there is that window right there. Yeah, they might have. Still, they did a hell. See how much bigger this room looks? See how it's narrower, which is correct. It was a relatively narrow room. See how it's much longer? The other picture makes that room look way too small. This is a good. This is not a great picture, but this is more representative of what the room actually looks like. I love that sofa. That's beautiful. I like that furniture. I mean, for everyday furniture, no, you're right. That's horrible. But for a guest, to sit down, smoke, drink, bar, you got a wet bar here, you got a smoking room. We call it a smoking room. We don't smoke anymore. Nobody smokes anymore, but that's what they call it. They call it a smoking room. It's, where the guys get together, the women get together, whatever. And for that kind of a room, this is perfect. I love this look. Now for the rest of the house, of course, you got normal couches that are more appropriate. 2 carrier units. They put them on new concrete pads. These are propane tanks. These propane tanks are actually, I'm surprised they didn't repaint them. I'm really surprised they didn't repaint these tanks. But these tanks are valuable because we own them. Which means, yeah, it's a big house, especially with the finished basement. With the finished basement, the existing HU unit wouldn't have been enough. Nowhere near enough. There is no natural gas here. So yeah. Well, if you're paying $600,000 for a house, you can afford the $600 a month to heat it. Because that's what it's going to cost you to heat this house. It's going to cost you $500 or $600 a month in propane to heat this house. Maybe more. They might need another tank. But we own these tanks. Well, they own them now. What I mean is, most of the time when you get propane tanks, the propane company owns the tanks. You're basically leasing them. We bought our tanks outright, so they were $700 a pop at the time. And we actually had to keep a receipt. They're inside this lid right here. There's a laminated receipt for our purchase of these tanks, and they're going to keep that receipt too, because without that receipt, nobody will fill these tanks because they don't know if you stole them. Meaning you stop paying your bill, and they don't want to pay the money to recover the tanks, so they have a blacklist basically that says, well, if you can't prove you own those tanks, we're not going to fill them. And so we own these tanks, so we can call around and get the best price for propane. I disagree with switching to propane. I think we should have stayed electric. This house used to be electric heat pump. Propane ended up costing the same as the electric, so our propane bill was $400 a month, but our electric bill went down $400 a month. So we were paying the same amount to heat the house. BTUs is BTUs. That's the basement still. Backyard. This is our neighbor here. He's a good guy. I like him. Look how open this is. Look at this. Is beautiful. This is incredible. That's it.
But that is just the amount of money they put into this. It's just mind-blowing. Yeah, the whole area of Levittown is either heating oil or electric. It's all electric. Our neighborhood is all electric. There's no gas. We actually got the propane tanks. We bought them, installed them. He wanted the drier heat of propane, even though propane isn't dry, it's wet. um, but yeah, this is what $250,000 lets you do. They probably paid $200 for the house. They probably put $250,000 into the house. What cheap computer monitor? Oh, yeah. Where's the widescreen, curved Samsung desktop monitor? Yeah, good point. Well, at least they include a computer. There's a computer down there. Oh, yeah, it's like a $20 thrift store monitor. Literally, it's not even 16:9. It's 4:3. I didn't even notice that. Oh man. All right, DeWitt, you have a great day. Oh man, what a job they did. I had someone ask me, does it upset you that they're selling your house for $600,000 after giving you $145,000 for it? I was like, this isn't my house. Like, they put $250,000 into this house. I was like, I guarantee you they put at least $250,000 into this house. I was like, the original purchase price of the house was only $186,000. Now, of course, with inflation, but still, my point is, they put a lot of money into this house. Whatever they get for it, they deserve it. They spent the money. If I had $250,000 to put into this house, I could have sold it for $500,000 or $600,000 too. I didn't have $250,000 to put into it. They did. So, they get to reap the rewards of that. But we lived in this house from 1980 until 2019. Wow. 40 years, 39 years we lived in that house. This will probably be my lifelong house even when I die. I probably will not live long enough to have lived in this house longer than I lived in that house. So when I die, I will probably still have spent more years of my life in this house. Because I don't think I'm going to live another 36 years. I would have to live more than 36 years in order to have lived in this house longer than this house. I hope I live 36 years, but I don't think so. That's 85 years old. I'm not making it to 85. I'll be lucky to make it to 65. But wow. This neighbor, I didn't know him too much. He's very quiet. Very little interaction with him. I think he was gay. I think he had a male partner. Because I'm pretty sure I saw two guys at some point. Very friendly, nice neighbor. He kept his yard nice and clean. We did too. That's the one thing I did a good job at our house. I kept the outside nice. I always edged the sidewalk and the curbs and kept everything cut and clean. I kept a nice clean yard. And see you later, Wayne. You have a great day. But yeah, they did. This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. Just wow. So much space now. So this is now a roughly 3,400 square foot house. This is going to be over 3,000 square feet because it's 2,400 square feet, not counting the basement. And the basement's a full basement. So assuming 1,000 square feet for the basement, you're looking at anywhere between 3,200 and 3,400 square feet. That's a lot of fucking house. Wow. Yeah, I wonder what that is. I can't figure out what that is. There's like a thing there. What a job. Still have a problem with the grass dying, I see. See how you got the little dead spots? Grubs. They got to take care of their lawn. It's a little hard to manage the yard here. This used to be a tree here. They got rid of that, which is good. That tree was dangerous. There used to be a tree right here. They got rid of that, which is good. Those, I like trees, but those trees needed to go. They were getting dangerous.
You just throw something at me?
No, I did not. But now I think I will. Or something I could throw at you. You're lucky I can't find nothing to throw at you. But yeah, this is amazing. I mean, it's just an amazing progression. It's amazing what having money lets you do. The world opens up when you have money. There's just so much you can do. Oh yeah. This is 3 flips since we sold the house. So I sold the house for $145,000, which was fair. It's probably worth about $160, $170 in its condition. It was in pretty bad shape. So $145 allows them to make something on it. Well, he got burned. He sold the house for $167, which means he bit the bullet on it. He lost money on that house because he bought it for $145, but he put well over $20,000 into it, which means he lost his shirt on it, which I'm happy for because he was an asshole. That person then sold the house again to the people who currently own it, and these people who currently own it completely everything. They completely redid the whole house. It's a brand new house. There is, except for this brick wall, there's essentially nothing left of the old house that hasn't been changed. I mean, everything, absolutely everything has been changed. Incredible. They did a gorgeous job. And like I said, the only thing I'm not pleased with is the kitchen. I would have made this island a bit smaller, especially since you have all this space here. I personally would have shifted this island so that this edge of the island was right here. And that this whole thing was out here in this open space. And I would have put that kitchen sink on the end over here. So this would be all counter, and the kitchen sink would be down here. And then this would be, or at least to the edge of the fridge. Move this out like 5 feet. And because I would want a more open kitchen. I love an open kitchen. But that's just a design choice. They did an amazing job. I'd love to have that range. Oh, that's a nice stove. It's not a super expensive stove, but it's a nice stove. That's a Breville stack. That's actually pretty nice. That's like $600 for that right there. Maybe more. This might be more. But you're looking at base price $600. If that's digital controls, it's definitely more than $600. But you're looking at a base price of $600 just for that. Nice kitchen. They did a good job. Good luck reaching those. Oh, just noticed they have an outdoor carpet out here. Nice big yard box. All new outlets, all new lights. There's the ducting for the stove. There's your exhaust for your gas range. Wow. The staircase. Look at the railing. Oh my God, it's beautiful. I love it. We had something similar, but not as nice because it's from the 80s. But this is much more modern. But yeah, it's the same style staircase, just updated, modernized. I love this link design that they put there. I love what they did with the men's room, the drinking room. I love that they widened the front steps here. I love that they widened the driveway. I mean, this is probably the second nicest house in the entire neighborhood. I say second because Here's the canal right behind the house. How do I change your layers? So there is the house. This is what it was when I was living there. So you can see the grass is dying. It's very hard to maintain the grass. No deck. Here's our little shed, little trailer. But you can see here the new fence line is right about here, and this hill goes to this canal. And you can see right back here is Route 13 and all these businesses. The diner here too. Is it still there? Oh, I think the diner's gone. Hey, Michelle, I think the diner's gone. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's here? No, that's the vet. What's this? This used to be the diner, and that looks like diner parking, so that probably still is the diner. I'm surprised it's not listed. It might be closed. But with all that vegetation now, you can't see it anymore. But as you can see, this is probably still the nicest house in the neighborhood. These people are millionaires. This is a ridiculously expensive house. That's probably still the most expensive house in the neighborhood. But this is now probably the second nicest house in the neighborhood. This is also a very nice house, but it hasn't been updated. So it's relatively old. Same here. They added this extension on, which is really nice. We were good neighbors. These assholes. But these people, we were friends. Everybody here was friendly. We were good with all of them except the new guy who lives here, we were totally cool with. He was great. I gave him a lot of my yard tools that I didn't take with me because I wouldn't need them here. Like, I can't use an edger here, so I gave him my edger and other tools. But yeah, this is a nice property. The house isn't as nice, but the property is gorgeous. Look at this. He owns from this fence line all the way here. All this. Oh. Even though the original guy, Jack, was a dickhead, I loved what he did with his yard work. He always had a beautifully manicured yard. Just absolutely gorgeous. He always did a beautiful job on his yard. Just wish he wasn't such a dick. I like the guy, but, you know. So as you can see, there's my pickup truck and there's my electric car. I took this mailbox with me. That's why that's not the one they have now. And I put the original mailbox back in place. As you can see, there is our Christmas tree. That is our Christmas tree. I can't find it now, but I have a picture of when we planted this tree. We bought a ball tree. You can get them where you would get a tree with the root ball still intact. And that was our Christmas tree. And when we were done Christmas, we dug a hole here and we planted our Christmas tree in our front yard. And 39 years later, this is our Christmas tree. And it lived for 40 years before they cut it down. I understand you can see the tree doesn't look that great. This actually happened that winter. Enough ice collected on this branch that it broke the branch. So now that branch was gone. We kept it for nostalgic value just because, you know, it was our Christmas tree. So I understand them getting rid of it. You can see there's this little parasitic tree growing here. They got rid of that. They opened this up really nicely. But as you can see, we have a ton of shade. See all the shade we have? Hey, there's my neighbor. He's a good guy. The only thing that we don't have that I wish we had was this little covered porch. I love covered porches. I plan to build one out here. I just love the idea of having a covered porch. But look at all the shade we have. All this shade. It dramatically reduced our bills in the summer and the winter. And you see we had the bow windows. There's a bow window there and a bow window over here. Our garage doors were dilapidated and falling apart. They were horrible. Here's the other bow window. See how this used to be a little vestibule entrance here? They got rid of that to make the room bigger. So yeah, but there's my leaf. That's the trailer I actually brought out with me to New Mexico. That trailer is behind the house right now. It got towed behind this pickup truck. If I can show you the other houses. There's a neighbor. Oh, I didn't know he had a Reaper. I didn't realize he had a Reaper.
Which neighbor?
Right next to us. Not the not Nathan, the other guy to the right of us. Not Anthony, the other guy. Yeah, he did that. This picture was when our cars were parked out front. This is one of the Luciano's houses. They're a very wealthy family.
It might be one of his kids.
But yeah, that's a pretty nice house too. Here's the pond, which they kept draining. We used to play in that pond. That's the water drainage for the neighborhood. This is what's the name? What's Tara's last name? Kirko. This is the Kirkos. I love this over the driveway deck they built. That's beautiful. I love that. This guy. This is what was the guy who died next to the Kirkos? What was his name?
Died.
Yeah, the old guy who lived next to Tara. I forgot his name. Yeah, what was his name? Anyway, it was his children ended up living here. They totally redid their house as well. They turned the garage into a room. But there's a Luciano's house. This house is ridiculous. I mean, this house is beautiful. I was actually inside there once. It's a very beautiful house. And then here is, it's not maintained as nicely anymore. The new owners, he's trying to, he's learning, but he doesn't put as much into the horticulture as the previous owner did. But he's a much nicer guy. I helped him out whenever I could. He was a good guy. Who's the guy? Not Anthony. Who's the guy who lived right across the street in Jack's house? I think it was Joe. I think you're right. But I like Joe. He was a good guy.
Tara's last name is
Kirko.
K-U.
Kirko.
That's what it is?
Yes, Kirko. We knew these guys the entire time we were there. What's the right across the street from us? Not Jack's house. The other guy. His kids live there now. No, across from Anthony.
Oh, that's
I forget the name.
our brothers, Matt and
Yeah.
Brian.
Yeah, Matt and Brian. What's his dad's name? Forget his name.
I just know that.
Matt and Brian are his kids. They have the house now. Very nice. They added a sunroom on the back. They added this extension on the front. They did a beautiful job. Good job. I love this tree. Oh, I'm in love with that tree. I love trees. This guy's nice. Anthony, he's nice. I like him.
He's not there.
Yeah, I know. But he was when we left. This house is actually new. This house wasn't there, 20 years ago. So this is this used to be a vacant lot. This house, the name is no longer appropriate. We just called it the Red House because, it used to be red. So we always just called it the Red House. And there's a cat, an outdoor cat from this house. We call it the Red House Cat because that's where the cat came from. The cat came from the Red House, so it's the Red House Cat. Oh, they opened this up a little bit. That wasn't like that before. At least I don't remember this being open. Obviously it was. My car's there, so obviously it was. I just wasn't paying attention. And then, now nicely, this entire neighborhood, you notice something missing? And this is one of the things I loved about my neighborhood. No power lines. They're all underground. It's all underground power. There's those green boxes. There's one right on the other side there. And there's one down here. There it is. There's the power distribution box right there. But it's all underground power. So no scummy, ugly, nasty power lines all over the place. As soon as you get to the end of the neighborhood, it's all power lines. Yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. I hate these power lines. Oh, I hate that so much. Our neighborhood here in New Mexico is all power lines, but my house is underground. So there's a pole out there where the power line runs to, and then it's underground to my house, which I am so appreciative of. I like underground wires. They're nicer. Underground is nicer. This is my old neighborhood. It's where I used to live. This is the house I sold in Pennsylvania. It went from this, there's my electric car, there's my pickup truck. It went from this to this. They put at least $250,000 into it, and they're now selling it for almost $600,000. I sold it for $145,000 3 years ago, and now they're selling it for almost $600,000. But they put a fortune into it. This is a whole new house. Everything about this is brand new. This is a whole new house now. You know, this is what it was. But you can see the shade difference. The shade difference is phenomenal. Where's an outside shot? And front shot. There we go. There's like no shade now. Look at this. There's like no shade on the front of the house. Trying to find that wide angle shot. There we go. You see there's no shade now. You know, they trimmed it all up. They got rid of a couple of the trees, and now you went from I mean, sure, it's bright, but your AC bill is going to go up. It's going to be hotter in the summertime. You know, I preferred the shaded view. This is, look at all the shade. I love the shade. All right. Now let's see. I do have a couple of corrections that I want to make to this model. Well, first of all, I screwed this model up. I forgot, I joined them all together, so you can see some of these slits here are part of the handle, and they don't need to be. So all I got to do is join everything except the handle to fix that. Go ahead. So I got to join these pieces first, and then join this piece, and then I won't have all those cuts. There we go. Now when I join this, it won't have those extra cuts in it. Because I joined them all together, it cut both parts. See? Now we don't have any cuts in there. Much, much better. Okay. Now, the one thing I want to do, though, is I want to get rid of this tab on top here. So what I did is I put an indent in the model right there. Okay? That's a little hexagonal indent. That just, it merges with the back wall. It gives you a nice firm place to put a screw through. So you can mount this to the wall. Either sticky tape it or use screws. And up here I did this, because you want to be able to get the screw gun in there. Well, I decided that instead I'm going to put these little cutouts here, up here as well. Not only will that allow me to get rid of this, but it'll use less plastic, it'll print in less time, and it will allow you to get your fingers further down inside of the cavity, which will make dropping the sauce packets in here safer and easier. So what we're going to do is I need to get that 3 pieces that I used to make that cutout. So I'm going to drag this over here and I'm going to blow it apart. I don't need this anymore. Well, I'll get rid of that later. So, got to keep taking it apart. There it is. Those are the right there is what I need. So let's Control D that. Bring it over here. Now I can delete all this. Don't need it anymore. And rotate 180. And lift it up. I should be able to center this. Now it's just a matter of dropping this down until I get the desired pattern. That looks good to me. Okay. Now, once I reach this point here, we no longer need the pass-through cuts to go all the way to the top, because this will now become an open framework. So first thing, let's get rid of this. I no longer need this, but I am going to keep this, and we're just going to do that. I want a little bit more plastic above it, so we're going to keep that. And you do have to make sure the hexagon is point down, since we're printing in vase mode. If you have a flat surface down, you're going to have a hole. Not a huge deal, but less holes means higher integrity. So I would rather have less holes. Okay, now, to maintain vase mode, these are 30 millimeters tall, which means I need to shorten these cuts by 30 millimeters. So let's open this up. Okay, here's our cuts. Okay. How am I going to do this? Where's my pass-through cuts? Okay, here's a pass-through. So I can make this substantially shorter, make it easier to play with. So this one I need to modify. And I believe that's a straight through. Nope. There's the straight through. That one I need to modify. These are ribs, so I can leave them in place. These two need to be shortened. Okay. So this is 165 millimeters tall. Nope. 198 millimeters tall. So I need to create a cube 30 millimeters shorter than that. 9. Hey, drone shots. 876. So 168 millimeters. 168. I need to put a work plane on top of 168. Now I need to put a cut tool here. Drag it into here like this. Now, how am I going to do this? I think I need to do it. How would I do this? I can make these taller. Let's go taller. Let's go taller. Let's go taller. Now I can select only those 3 pieces and join them. And that makes them 30 millimeters shorter. That's what I want. And now turn that into clear. And there we go. I'm done. Because now I no longer need to cut through to join these surfaces into one surface, because there's openings, which means it is all one surface now. Okay, I think that's it. I think I can now join this all together. I have the new cuts to make it easier to use, to allow me to put the mounting hole in the back here. Yeah, it should be as simple as join now. You want a blue? Okay. There. So now you can get a screwdriver through here into that one there. To screw in there and a screw to screw in here. Looks good. Hey, what is that? That should not be there. Yeah, that should not be there. What is that? Oh no, that does have to be there in order to allow that to be manifold. Duh. I'm just used to it going all the way to the top. Why does it keep choosing shitty colors? Okay. Yeah, this looks great. And no fugly tab or anything like that. Okay. Let us take it apart again. I need this again. Over here. Okay. So now we need to make the same changes to this one. Okay, so we should be able to align centers. And then I should be able to control D and slide you over here. Okay. Okay, that will get us the cuts there. Now we need to blow this apart. Need to blow it apart again. Now, where are my cut throughs? My cut throughs are here. My cut through is here. And then I should have two cut throughs here and here. Yep, those are all my cut throughs. That allows each of these chambers to connect to the other. There should be one more. No, because then you go around the inside to get back. Okay. Okay. So I need to make these taller. Then I need to put the work plane here again. Put a big cutting block here. And make it as big as the whole thing. Make it come all the way up over these so that I can then select just those. Cut them. No, I didn't get them all. That's okay. We could just do it again. Make that a little bit taller. No, oh yeah, I didn't get them all. No, I didn't get them all. Hide. You have to come up here too. Any others? Should be just 4? 6, but the one is doubled. Okay. That should do it. Select all those, cut them, turn it back into a cut. Okay. Now I select all of this. I do not select this. Merge. Now I select both and merge. Oh yeah. I am very happy with that. Now I can delete this. And that is the 2 caddies. I'm very happy with that. Okay, let's reconstruct. Oh, please tell me I had that on the right screen. Yes, I did. So you guys can see what I was doing. Let's close that. Let's close that. Okay, let's minimize that. Get rid of that. Why'd you do that? Why? Okay. Dipping cup. Let's get rid of everything except for the factory files. So let's get rid of these files. Let's get rid of this file. Let's get rid of these 3 files. And let's go to downloads. Get rid of these files. Okay, DIP3 wall mount. Export you as an STL. This one's going to be DIP6 table. Export STL. Okay. Now we have the new STL files. Okay. DIP3 wall factory. Remove you. And add the DIP3 file. Process. Now this here where vase mode breaks for a single layer, that has to do with, actually, that shouldn't happen there. Why is that happening there? Because the termination point of this section with the start point of this section doesn't work together, I think. I don't think it matters, but it's still annoying. Looks like that's a start point. I don't think it's worth fixing. Okay, that's fine there. Now, why did it do that? Why did it jump? I think it has to do with these. I think these cuts are interfering because they're in line with this here. See how there's an overlap there? I think I know how to fix that. And I'm going to have to do that for all of them. Although, it might be easy. So I think... oh, how did I do that? I think I would have to make this big enough to trim those pieces there. So these groups of pieces here. Yeah, those are the pieces that are the problem. So if I take this set and this set, join them, then I make them shorter than the angle piece. duplicate the angle piece and join it with this piece. Okay. Oh, yeah, I got them all. And then I take this thing and I make it 1 millimeter shorter, 143. Turn it back into a cut. This way it doesn't intersect the V's. And I think I need to do the same thing down here. I think I need these to not fully intersect. I think that will fix it. Dip, free, wall. Let's try that now. Let's delete that one. And grab this one. Okay. It's definitely less. It's not breaking as much. I do still have a break there and a break there, but they're a lot better. Okay. So now it's breaking there. Why? Why is it jumping? There's no reason for it to jump here. Why is it jumping? There has to be something causing the model to jump there. It's almost like the start point is moving. For fastest printing? Ah, here we go. No, it still does it. It just did it at a different place. Why? Why does it insist on jumping right there? For some reason, it wants to terminate there and jump somewhere else. Why? Why jump? Why start stop there? It's got to be a thin line behavior thing. I mean, it's not a huge deal, but why does it want to do it? For God. Just for some reason, it's not a big deal. It'll print just fine. It's really not an issue. It bugs me. Why does it insist on jumping there? There's no, I cannot see a mechanical reason in the model for why it insists on jumping right there. Why stop here and go over there? Why not just continue the vase? don't get what it's doing. Let me adjust this. Might be an overlap issue. No, still jumping. Let me turn off thin wall behavior. Change it to perimeters only. Hey, did that work? Yeah, it worked. I don't know why it worked, but it worked. But no, now I have a gap. See? So it's still starting and stopping somewhere and forming gaps. Why is it forming these gaps? What happens if I do this? It's still starting and stopping right there for some reason. Something in the settings or the model, something is causing it to see how I got a little distortion there? For some reason, it's stopping and then jumping to a new location and then starting again. And I don't know why it's doing that. See the little deviation there? Little... Let's go back to doing that. See, now we're back to jumping. For this point right here, there's something here that for some reason it wants to jump locations. They're not overlapping anymore, but there's a defect. You see that? God damn it. See how this is a nice shape here? Watch what happens when I go up one more. See how it's not a shape anymore? It breaks right there. Something in the model changes. I wonder if it's just a pixel defect, like a manifold defect. Let's open up. Where is the... Why can't I find it? .3D Builder. Open. Load object. Import. It didn't find any problems. Looks like it did not find any manifold issues. Wow. Wait, did I actually fix it? No. We still have a hole there. See how there's a gap? I don't understand why it's doing that. So it starts that layer right there, but it starts it with a gap. Does a gap? I know why it's doing it. I don't know how to stop it from doing it. Hey, Ben. How are you doing? So why does it insist on stopping and moving to a different point? Actually, it looks like it's not stopping and moving to a different point anymore. But it okay. With vase mode, you're spiralizing a contour. So imagine drawing a circle, and then as you're drawing the circle, begin moving up. And you create a vertically increasing spiral. I'm doing the exact same thing here, but I'm making much more complicated movements as I'm also moving up. And so as it moves a certain number of millimeters linearly, it also has to move a certain number of fractions of a millimeter vertically. So that by the time it ends up making a full circuit, it is now 0.2 millimeters higher than it was at the beginning. Oh, we did. On Wednesday, I cooked the turkey in the rotisserie and it came out absolutely amazing. And on Thursday, I cooked another turkey and I burned it because I didn't realize that the second turkey was already fully cooked. So I cooked it way too long. So now I know better for the third one. The first turkey wasn't cooked. So, rotisserie, 20 minutes per pound. The second turkey was fully cooked, so 20 minutes per pound was way too long. Mm. So, if we take that entire layer and we stretch it out into a single line, this part is this big. But if I were to take one layer and stretch it out, it's probably this big. No, it just made it really tough. Oddly enough, it didn't burn it. It was overcooked. It became tough to chew. How it didn't destroy it, I don't know. It was still edible, but now I know better. Well, what happened is using the couponing app, I got 3 free turkeys. So I got the 3-pound boneless turkey butterball, $14, got it for free. And 2 of them, they were out of stock. So Walmart replaced it with an equivalent. Yeah. Walmart replaced it. They substituted it for a different turkey. So instead of getting the 3-pound, boneless butterball turkey, they gave us 6-pound smoked bone-in butterball turkey. It's not the whole turkey. It's just like 6 pounds of it. And I didn't realize that the substitution turkeys were fully cooked. So, I took it out the night before, let it thaw. It was only 6 pounds, so it thawed in one night. I let it thaw. I jammed it onto the rotisserie, and, 6 pounds. So I did 20 times 6, 2 hours. Actually, I only did an hour and a half. That's probably why it didn't burn to a crisp. It tends to cook faster with the bones in. So I did it for like an hour and 45, hour and a half or something like that. And I didn't realize that the turkey was already fully cooked. So all I needed to do was heat it to 160, 165, whatever. I didn't need to actually cook it. So I put it in for cooking time instead of reheating time. So the second one, now I know better. So, probably 45 minutes will be enough. to fully reheat it. And 'cause I love using the rotisserie. I still have our original Ronco rotisserie. I actually have 3 of them now. So you guys remember that old yeah, I'll show you. Would you go away? When you annoy me, you just get auto blocked. I personally don't use the food bank because we don't need to, and I don't want to take food from people who need it. If I were to go to the food bank and get a turkey and then Ben couldn't get a turkey, that would really bother me. So until we need to, I don't do that. Although I might take advantage of they have another food bankish kind of thing up at the medical building every Wednesday, I think. We can get fresh vegetables. I might take advantage of that because I like the idea of fresh veggies. And we don't have a whole lot of that. But otherwise, I donate as much as I can. So I have this unit here, the original one that had the little turn dial. That's it right there. There's my unit. So I have this unit. I think we paid like $700 for this. No, it wasn't that much. Maybe like $400. It was a lot of money. We bought all the extras. We bought the warranty. We bought it all. Dad really wanted it. So when it first came out, we got this. So this was like 20 years ago or more. When did that come out? When did that originally come out? Showtime is what it was. God damn it. So this is the updated one with digital controls, but we had the original one with the turning controls. We had the one with the plate on top and everything. I got to learn how to can. The problem is canning's expensive. When you add in the energy costs to actually conduct the canning process, it makes the food cost more than just buying canned food. So I've got a 1.5 kilowatt hour battery pack now. If I can hook that up to a solar panel, and if I can use that to do the canning, then my electrical costs will be free. So I'm working on figuring that out because I want to start doing canning. Especially for meats, because I can't afford a freeze dryer. I don't got the $3,500 for a freeze dryer. So I want to learn how to can meats because they consume power. You have to freeze them. When was the original rotisserie? Oh, it's because I'm still doing an image search. When was the original? There it is. 1998. So it was over 20 years ago. Holy shit. Wow. So that rotisserie oven right over there on my kitchen counter is 24 years old. Wow. So yeah, we paid like $400, $500 something for it because the shipping, the warranty, all the accessories. We got everything, and a lot of the times you buy those as seen on TV things, and they're a waste of money. Not this. We used this machine so bloody much. I mean, we cooked everything in that thing. Oh my god, I have to have thousands of hours on our rotisserie. And that mother freaking bugger still works. So why do I have 3 of them? Well, first, I'm a hoarder. But besides the fact that I'm a hoarder, um, a pack rat, I guess would be more correct. Um, okay, so ours was 20 years old. You know, this is like almost 20 years old. You know, we're talking 2015 or so. So that's 17 years old. And we use our rotisserie so fucking much, I did not ever want to be without one. So I began looking for a backup unit, figuring this thing's going to fail at some point. I want another unit. I happened to be at the thrift store, 2nd Avenue, one of the few thrift stores that don't suck, because Goodwill sucks. Fuck you, Goodwill. And I saw it there for $30. Now, I mean, that's a great price, but, you know, then the lady says, wait till 6. You know, another customer. I was like, what do you mean? At 6 o'clock, the blue tags are half off. And I looked at the rotisserie and it had a blue tag. So I sat there with that rotisserie in my shopping cart and just played on my phone for an hour and a half until 6 o'clock. And I got a second one of these rotisseries. Brand new, never used. You can tell it was never used because all the accessories were clean. There wasn't a spot of grease anywhere. This thing was brand new and it had all the accessories. While our rotisserie oven was in perfect condition, you know, we'd lost the plastic lid for the steamer basket on top, and we lost some parts for the kebab thing and stuff like that. So for $15, I got another one. And then out here in New Mexico, because you bet your ass, both of those rotisseries came with us. Is one of the first appliances I set up, as that rotisserie got set up right there. Out here in New Mexico, the neighbor put out a whole bunch of garbage, and so, you know, it was a bunch of stuff. And I went through it. I actually got a pressure canner. I don't know if it's intact. I don't know if it's safe. I got to go through it. It's a small one, but I wanted to grab it. Bunch of knives, utensils. I grabbed those. And lo and behold, another Showtime rotisserie, damn near brand new. It doesn't look like it's ever been used. So I grabbed it. It was free. So now I have 3 of them. And I think I'm going to get a 4th one. Oh, I have a problem. I'm waiting for a reply. I saw another one show up on Marketplace for $10. It's actually going to cost me more in gasoline to go get it than I'm going to pay the guy to take it off his hands. I don't even want the rotisserie. What I want is the fact that he has all of the accessories, even the gloves, which I don't need, but he's got all of the accessories. He's got the spit, he's got the kebabs, he's got the hamburger basket, he's got the steamer plate for the top in perfect condition. He's got, it's all of it's there. So I don't even want the rotisserie. I'm probably just going to give the rotisserie away to somebody who wants it. I just want all the accessories. It's just the vegetable steamer is going to cost more than $10 on eBay. So I might very soon have 4. Oh, I love free. I love free so much. This is, okay, besides I am the ultimate thrifter, in my opinion, for my family, okay? I do everything for free. I can't anymore, because free doesn't exist anymore here. But let me show you what I'm talking about. This is I was not expecting this, and it's a bit of an eye-opening experience. One of the advantages of having an electric car with a trailer is that my cost to procure something is effectively 0. I can drive anywhere within the range. Yes, it's a very big problem. Very big problem. I can drive anywhere within the range of my electric car and get anything I want, and my cost will basically be 0. I mean, the cost to charge my car is $2. That means I can drive at the time, not anymore. I can only go about 50 miles now. but at the time, I can go 110 miles on $2. So, well, is that fridge worth getting? It's 40 miles away. Well, when you're spending $4.50 a gallon on gas, no, it's not worth going to get it because you don't know how long it's going to last. And you're going to get, 12 miles per gallon with your pickup truck. So that's that's $36 in gas plus the cost of the fridge. Or if it's free. Fridges weren't usually free. They were usually 40 or 50 bucks. Yes. In Pennsylvania, from this website right here that you're looking at, I can furnish an entire house for nothing. Let me show you the magic of Craigslist. Now, of course, Marketplace as well. So, hey, you want to look at this beautiful chair? Fuck yes, I'd put that in my office. And look at this desk. That's a wonderful desk. There's nothing wrong with that desk. You want to build a shed out back? Well, take all these free tires, fill them with dirt, and put a roof on it. There you go. Here's a hutch. Rolling cabinets. Oh, wow, what I would give to have those. That's awesome. Here's a tabletop. Some cinder blocks, which you can get for free, and you have one bitchin' table if you have a carport out back. Okay? It's 720p, but it's a plasma, so it's going to look almost as good as OLED. And here's a 50-inch plasma screen. For the vast majority of shit you watch, 720p is enough. Okay? Here's one at 46-inch that's an LCD for free. Okay? Here's a decent little kitchen chair. Okay? Here's a entertainment stand. These cabinets are amazing. I use these legal 4-drawer filing cabinets as dressers. This is what we have in my house. I have one of these. I have a really nice one in mine. These are drawers, and this top one is both a drawer and a fold down. So it's a shelf. Here, these are $100 a pop. In Pennsylvania, you can get these as many as you fucking want for free. Okay? They can't get rid of them. They can't get rid of them for any price. They're free. So I use these as dressers. Why, Chris, would you use a filing cabinet as a dresser? Because when you buy a legal dresser, when you buy this kind, when you get a regular filing cabinet, you know what I'm talking about. It's got the metal handle, they're square, it's got 4 of them, it's just a filing cabinet. Those are garbage. But these filing cabinets, the ones that are long with the big drawers, yeah, you need 3 people to pick these things up without breaking your back. And this, it will last longer than you, longer than your kids, and longer than your kids' kids. The only way you're killing one of these is to put it outside in the rain. And even then, that fucker might say screw you and survive. These things are bulletproof. Think about it. What's one of the heaviest things you can put in a drawer? This is why filing cabinets are small. Okay? This is why those cheap filing cabinets are small. One of the heaviest things you can pile, besides stone or metal, is paper. You think I'm kidding? Get yourself a book. Almost made a big mess. Almost. But I saved it. You get yourself a book like this. And now create a stack 4 feet tall. And try to pick that up. You ain't picking that up. Not on your life. Okay? That's why we carry books 5, 10 at a time. And not 40 at a time. Because they're freaking heavy. Okay? Books weigh a lot. Because paper is very, very heavy. We think paper is light because we're used to dealing with paper like this. But take 1,000 of these and stack them up, and you'll realize, wow, that's starting to get some weight to it. Take a roll of receipt paper and throw it at somebody. You could damn near kill them with it. So these filing cabinets have to hold enormous masses in order to be able to hold that much paper. So I use these filing cabinets as dressers because they are beautiful slide out drawers, nice and smooth, clean, all metal. Yep, 50 pounds. So a 4-foot stack is going to be what, 400 pounds? You ain't picking that up. So these things are basically indestructible. Actually, dollar bills are not made of paper. They're made of cotton. Most people don't realize that, but this is not paper. There is no paper in this. This is cotton. Yes, this is cloth. This is from a plant. This is cotton. Paper would never last long enough. So these things are designed to hold thousands of pounds of paper, which means your pants, shirts, and shorts and underwear are nothing. This thing won't even know you put anything in it. So they are absolutely phenomenal as dressers. Better, however, because the top drawer is going to be very hard to use. But there are some where the top drawer, not only does it has a slide out, but the front doesn't slide out. Instead, it folds down, and then the tray inside slides out. So that one holds all my underwear and socks. And then the other drawers are low enough that you can get inside them, and that's, one drawer for pants, one drawer for shirts, one drawer for shorts. But yeah, these are, if you can get these for cheap or free, they are the best dressers you will ever have. If you don't mind that modern, plain, boring, utilitarian look, which I'm totally fine with, also, they're usually white or tan. I prefer most of my furniture to be white, khaki, or tan. And the reason for that is it requires less lumens of photons to light a room if everything in the room is white. Because now, instead of everything in the room absorbing light, everything in the room reflects light. So you need a lot less lumens of lighting to light a room if everything in the room is white. One of the brightest rooms in my house is the kitchen because all the cabinets are white. I use 2 8-watt LED bulbs, and that kitchen is bright as hell because everything's white. And khaki is almost as good. Yep. I knew it was some kind of blend. I didn't know what it was though. Ragweed or something like that. It's some kind of blend. If you want to, yeah, do whatever you want. So as long as you don't mind that very industrial utilitarian look, they are the best dressers free can ever buy. Because they're never going to fail. They're never going to squeak. They're never going to, the tracks are never going to fail and come off. And because it's like shooting a paper pinata with a shotgun slug. It's overkill. I mean, you don't need that much firepower to take out the pinata. Well, these things are the same thing. This is like if you told someone, build me a dresser, but I want it to be so ridiculously stupid strong. Yes, lateral file cabinets. Especially if you get the ones with the fold-out top shelf, where the bottom 3 or 4 are pull-out drawers, but the top one is a fold-down, and then the tray comes out. This way you're not trying to go inside of a drawer that's taller than you are. And then you get one of those metal cabinets that has the 2 sliding drawers with locks on it, and that fits right on top of the dresser. So now my winter blanket goes in there and stuff like that goes in there. My batteries go in there. And then when wintertime comes, I pull out the winter blanket and put the summer blanket up there. It's wonderful. Office furniture is wonderful as house and bedroom furniture if you don't mind the aesthetic. And of course, you can paint them. You can vinyl wrap them. You can do whatever you want to make them look different. The point is, these things are made to do 1,000 times more than you're ever going to do with them putting clothes in them. So, yeah, my sister, this is what she has for her clothes. This is what I have for my clothes. This is what we use because they're insanely good. Here's another good couch. If you don't mind that old 90s ugly couch look, there you go. Here's a 61-inch DLP. It's just a DLP, but it is 1080p. It is 61 inches. And if you don't need a TV, well, then you tear the fucker apart, and now you have a magnifying glass that will light a house on fire. The Fresnel lens inside these things are dangerous. We're still on the first page. Here's a free fuel oil tank. If you want to store waste oil, or if you want to store your own fuel, put this out back, cover it up so it's not getting wet, and now you have a safe way to store whatever fuel you want to store. It's free, and you get the free oil in it too. It takes a little work, but hey, if you have the means to get it, that's a hell of a tank. Another old school, clawfoot sofa. Again, it's ugly, but hey, it's a better quality sofa than most of what you're going to get today, and it's free. Hey, you want a free treadmill? Oh, foosball table. Here you go. Free foosball table. Awesome. Start your game room. Here's a nice electric range. Free. The top's a little grungy, but you'd be surprised how much you can clean that up. Here's a daybed. Free. Here's a dresser if you don't want to have that. There's the nice wooden storage cabinet. It's got this is probably for like a drafting shop. So this might actually be better quality than your typical piece of furniture. But again, free. Here's an elliptical for free. Here's a nice modern couch. Free. Here's a beautiful curio dresser. Free. Crib. Free. Recumbent exercise bike. Free. Shelving kit. Free. Flagstone. Free. Cabinet doors. Want to redo the cabinets in your house? Free. Look at this executive desk and shelving unit. Holy crap. That's probably a $2,500 setup right there. If you were to go buy that brand new, it's probably $2,500. And here it is for free. Look at this. These are both 80 inches. 66 inches, 33 inches, 80 inches tall, 15 deep. I mean, this is gorgeous. Oh my God. Free. Older filing cabinet. Free. These are the crappy filing cabinets. You don't want that kind. Seats out of a car for free. You want to make yourself a drive-in trailer? Here you go. Start there. Under-counter washer and dryer. Free. Ugly but usable, serviceable chair. Just steam the shit out of it to make sure it ain't got no bugs. Here's a leather couch. That one's a little beat up, but not bad. That's still a serviceable couch. For in the garage or a game room, that's perfect. And it's real leather. Here's a nice modern couch. Free. Here's look at this table. Oh my God. Look at that table. Oak inlaid table. Oh, gorgeous. No, they're not. This is where I used to live. Oh no, that's where I get to shit on your parade. That's where I get to show you what I missed. Hey, you want a 4-poster bed? Look at this. Free. You want a ping pong table? Free. Double oven? Free. Thousands of pounds of books. Hello, do you need firewood this winter? Donate the books that are good, keep the books you like, burn the rest. It's paper. It'll burn fine. Leaded glass door curio cabinet. Beautiful. Stereo TV cabinet console. You can use this as a dresser. Put your big flat screen TV on top. It's exactly what I did here. Free. Baseball bats free. Glassware free. Actually, that's breast pumps. We don't need that. Jim Beam mugs. Ceiling fans. More sofas. Samsung monitors. Coffee tables. We're still on the first goddamn page. Drawers and cabinets. Here's another lateral filing cabinet. I wouldn't grab that one. That one's messed up. Let's see. Now we're finally on page 2. And keep in mind, there are 700 items available. Okay? There's a whole bunch of Tupperware. Free. Oh, wow. That's a real wood dresser. God. We'll just burn the Nazi books. But now see, this is what usually happens when you buy a consumer grade dresser. You notice how every single one of these drawers is crooked? That's because the runners, the rails that they slide on, all break. Now this is probably worth fixing. This is a real wood dresser. That was probably $1,500 new. So this would actually be worth spending the money to restore, to get new rails, to repair the holes, to reset the rails. This would probably be worth doing. because that is a beautiful piece of furniture. Any modern furniture is all particle board plywood. This is real knotty pine. It's actually knotty pine too. You know, all these defects you see here, those are knots. Those are actually desirable. Especially when you stain it. Oh, this is I would kill to have this dresser. This is worth fixing. That's beautiful. You just don't see that around here. Old pane glass windows you can use to cut up for glass. You need rope. Here's a beautiful round couch. It's a little discolored, but you could probably vacuum. You could probably shampoo and clean that. I don't see any tears. That's a hell of a wraparound chase couch. Set of crutches. That's nice bits of aluminum if you need it. Here's a dehumidifier, frigid air. Needs repairs. Check the serial number. You might be able to get like $100 back for that on a recall. Yeah. Cracked plasma screen, not worth anything. Packing peanuts, some foam. DVD shelf. Here's a hammock, a backyard hammock. So you get this and you just buy a new hammock because that hammock is probably all sun rotted. Here's another beautiful desk. Here's another halfway decent couch that looks like it could be saved. It's a recliner couch. They're not built very well. Here's another awesome chair. It might be ugly. Put a fucking blanket on it. These older chairs like this are bulletproof. They just last. Another computer screen for free. Here's a free toilet. A one-piece toilet. Nice. Queen bed, platform bed. Another leather recliner. The leather's a bit worse for wear, but I don't see any tears. And it looks straight. See how the legs are coming out straight? That looks pretty good. Here's a nice fridge. KitchenAid. Oh, it's an older one, but it's a freaking KitchenAid. It says occasionally leaks. Oh, water dispenser. So you could probably fix that pretty easily. I doubt that toilet's 72 years old. They didn't make porcelain like that 72 years ago. That's a beautiful couch. And love seat. There's a matching set for you. 52-inch TV for free. Here's a nice little brass and metal little display shelf. That's nice. Older people, you have your shower, commode, and toilet stuff. That's always for free. Here's a nice kitchen table. A little sanding, refinishing. Somebody put a stain on there. Again, free. Here's a beautiful fold-out glass table. Oh wow, it's a tea cart. Oh, that's nice. That was probably $1,000 when it was new, and now they just want to get rid of it. From 1940. That's a beat couch. Nice kitchen chair if you like that style. That's a halfway decent looking couch. It's leather, so you don't have to worry about bugs. Here's another computer desk. Here's a full built-in unit. That could be handy if you have the space for it. This I can get around here. Pallets I can get for free. Another nice couch. A beautiful chair. It's faux leather, but still, the faux leather means no bugs. Let's see here. Bags of sawdust, free. You can make compressed bricks for your wood-burning stove with bags of sawdust. You can't get this for free around here. Here they charge for it. Let's see what else. Here's a generator. So if you know how to clean a carburetor, there's a free generator. Halfway decent older couch. It's two of them. Beautiful solid wood entertainment armoire. Again, real wood. Not particle board. Gray IKEA leather couch. Again, cheap couch, but it's leather, no bugs. Looks like it's in clean condition. It's not compressed. It's not sunken in. Another beautiful little end table thing. You have a smaller bedroom. That's beautiful. Another little wooden cubicle. Some beautiful chairs, if you can fit in those kind of chairs. I can't. That's just page 2. Here, railroad track table. Here's a corner table. Here's an older dresser you can fix up. Let's see. Here's an ottoman. Another poster bed. Oh, that's cool looking. You could do some interesting things with that if you have the space for it. Train table. Solid core door, not that hollow bullshit. Some Formica shelving, good in a garage or a basement. Here's a cast iron tub. Hell, with an electric car, that's worth getting just a scrap. Decent condition leather couch, and looks like a nice one. Yeah, that's a nice couch. It's not even too beat up. Jesus, look at this. Oh, beautiful. Now these TV cabinet entertainment systems, dresser-like things, they're making a comeback because these new 65 to 75-inch TVs fit perfectly on top of them. Trash compactor, free. I paid $100 for mine. Really? Wheels for free? Aluminum? Are you kidding me? It's already gone. Whenever that was released, it was already gone the same day. um, Tile if you need it. Pianos are all over the place out there. More pianos, more cabinetry, more desks. Again, these are cheap desks, but if you have a basement or a garage where you just need cheap desks to set up your printers, these are perfect. Every time I'd find a cheap desk, I'd go grab one and put 2 more printers on it. 24-inch hollow core door, but nice if you have one of those weird 24-inch doors. Again, here, this would be $50. Another treadmill, shipping crates. Shipping crates are handy. Out here, they're handy. They're not as handy in Pennsylvania because the weather will destroy them. But out here, I could paint that and put it outside, and it's no problem. Antique porcelain sink. That's actually pretty cool if you want that style. Another aluminum. Oh, that's a hubcap. Never mind. Some wooden chairs. Might be worth refinishing. Not enough of them. Only 2 match. Depending on how far away. Now, here's some matching set. If you want those old school wooden chairs and you want to refinish them, a little bit of, $20 worth of fabric from Joann's and a staple gun and some stain, and you can completely refinish these nice, well-built wooden chairs. Most of the time, they just need a little bit of hammering and wood glue to make them firm again as they loosen up over time. And, oh, look at this. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. Oh, that's not working. Posts for umbrellas, free mattresses all the time, and I'm talking sealed new mattresses. We're talking mattresses that were originally $3,000-$4,000 free. Okay, that's just oh, look at these wooden chairs. Oh, these banker chairs, beautiful. Now let me show you what I can get here in Albuquerque. Okay, bar fridge doesn't work. Pallets. Light fixtures. I actually do see light fixtures now and then on Craigslist, but they're usually not for free. But that actually is unusual to see light fixtures for free. Box springs, which nobody wants. Sometimes you see stuff like this, old paperwork. That's actually nice. I don't normally see stuff like this available for free. 2 hours ago, it's already gone. A nice coffee table like that, it's already gone. I don't know what this is. This is Garmin. Probably a piece of a fishing thing for a boat. Leather sofa and chair. That's actually pretty nice. That you don't normally see that around here. That actually looks like a halfway decent couch. That you don't normally see around here. It's got tears in the bonded leather, or whatever the pleather is made of. Yeah, it's tore up a bit. But realistically, that's actually for Albuquerque, that's not bad. You don't normally see this nice of stuff around here. You see this though, tires, broken appliances. You actually don't normally see broken appliances around here. But scrap prices are so low, nobody wants to spend the gas to go scrap, tin shred, light iron. Nobody wants to pay to go scrap these because the scrap prices are so low. But normally you would not see appliances like this. Broken TV, damaged couch, tires. Now this you do sometimes see around here. You'll see a business closing, and at the end when they can't sell anything else, they'll put it here. But then again, a lot of the times what happens is they lie. So for example, this is not available. It's not free. They're putting it in the free section, but they're charging for all this. This is all these have a price. See, tables are sold already. They're not giving these away for free. They're selling them, but they're trying to get you to call them by putting it in the free section. Ping pong table, that's pretty cool actually. Damaged, rolling chairs. You do see pianos and organs now and then because nobody wants to pay to retune them. A tore up couch. You see, he doesn't want to pay the $5 to the dump to get rid of the couch, and he doesn't want to pay the $10 in gas to get to the dump to pay the $5. He doesn't want to pay $15 for this couch to get rid of it. So he's hoping somebody will come take it for free, and then he doesn't have to pay to take it to the dump. See, we don't have curbside trash service out here. If you have a couch like this to get rid of, you have to pay money to go get rid of it. Gas to take it there, and they will charge you. I think the local dump here charges $5 for couches. So most people, what they'll do is they'll break this up and they'll put a piece in their garbage every time they take it to the dump, so they don't have to pay the $5 premium. This is common around here to see this, but that's it. That might be worth checking out just to get the Fresnel ends out of it. But it's probably gone already. It's been so long. Oh, there may be a utility sink, but no legs. A bumper, plastic bumper for a car. Again, he doesn't want to pay to get rid of it, and he can't put it in his trash can, so he'd have to actually go to the dump and pay to get rid of it. Dirt. There's always dirt available. There's always pallets available. There's always boxes available because, again, they don't want to travel to the station to get rid of it. This would be free to get rid of. Actually, that's plastic, so that would still be free. I think it's recyclable. So recycling is free. More dirt, more pallets, a busted chair, rocks, magazines, the frame of a car that he can't get anybody to pay to come get, so he's hoping somebody will come take it for free. But with tin shred being what it is, no one's going to come get that. That's actually a halfway decent looking couch. It's a bit discolored, but that's a decent looking couch. I actually called this one because I wanted the tables, and the tables were already gone. So all they had was the, and they were sold. They weren't free. All they had was the stick and the printer, which nobody wants. This probably doesn't actually include the license, so it's useless. That's actually a halfway decent chair for free. Some books, some empty buckets, some wood, some rocks, some rock mix, some clothing, some more pallets. Actually, that's a big European pallet. That's nice. Some more dirt, some more pallets and cardboard, some more dirt. Some turtles. Now, animals are actually pretty commonly available for free here. You'll see animals all the time, from turtles to dogs and cats to roosters that people want to get rid of. Never chickens, but roosters. Seats to cars, but they're usually sold. Probably because he only has one. That's a fake ad. That's not available. Crap like this. Hey, you want paper clips? You want a fuck ton of cardboard? I don't want to pay the gas to go get rid of the cardboard, so come take it from me for free. I've been trying to ask him about this camper since it got posted 2 weeks ago. He never replies, so it's probably a fake listing. So that's not available, because I would take that and refurbish it. Campers are worth a fortune out here. That's actually it's beat to shit, but again, for a game room or out back under the patio, that's actually a halfway decent couch. You see this all the time. People get food deliveries in these coolers. If you want to launch a balloon to space, that's useful. But you got to go to North Valley to get it, so that's 35 miles away. So that's a 70-mile drive for a cooler. Nah. Again, boxes that they don't want to pay to get rid of. A desk that's broken. Free Mustang. It's a free cover. It's the cover for a Mustang. Well, at least that's a legit free item, That might be worth it if it still has a charge. This is unusual. These are not usually given away for free. This is usually something you have to pay for. So that's unusual to see something like that for free. Mattresses are usually charged for around here, but that's an old, very thin mattress, so I can see why they're getting rid of it for free. Some more rocks, some more tires, some busted closet doors, busted washing machine, some busted cribs, free tires, which are useless, free boat, which you can't do anything with because there's no title, and a free busted out trashed RV, which again, you can't do anything with because there's no title, so they're hoping scrappers will want this. Well, you can't scrap an RV. They're mostly wooden fiberglass, and the boat is fiberglass, so both of these you will have to pay to get rid of. So the only reason they have these up for free is because they don't want to pay to dispose of them. So they're hoping to sucker somebody into taking them for free, and then it's not their problem anymore. More dirt, some busted ceiling fans, a solid wood queen bed frame. That's actually pretty nice. Some plants. Now, see, here's the thing about the plants. Again, you're going to notice a trend here in Albuquerque. It's I don't want to pay to deal with this, so can I find a sucker to deal with it for me? So he's not giving away free plants. He wants the plant gone. So what he wants is plant removal service for free. He doesn't want to pay someone to remove this. So he's hoping, hey, free plant, but you got to remove it. More dirt. Liner for a truck. Well, if you happen to need one, that's actually not that bad. More broken aquariums, cleaned out of storage. Busted up pieces of wood. Busted up pieces of wood. Some of that might not be too bad. That couch looks pretty beat, but the fabric's not too bad. But I don't like fabric couches because there's the potential for bugs. But out here, that's not too common because it's so dry. That's a nice little end table. That's a refinishable coffee table. That's a nice little kitchen table with chairs. That's actually a decent freebie. This is all gone already, by the way, because this was listed 25 days ago, so this is all gone. Stuff like this disappears in one day. Free stuff. The dresser I got, it has broken drawers, but it's nice and it fits my TV perfectly. I got it for free. I called the guy and he says, yeah, I just listed that 10 minutes ago and I've already got like 10 messages on my machine, but you're the first person I talked to, so first come, first serve. I'm not kidding. A free busted dresser. The free stuff just doesn't last here. You sometimes see stuff like this. Free green tomatoes, stuff like that. You'll sometimes see people giving away their excess of veggies. But it's usually not worth it unless you live close enough. Juan Tabo and Constitution. That's a 55 to 60 mile round trip. Yeah, we're doing pretty good, Alden. A whole bunch of insulation. Used insulation. Gravel. Dirt. Well, that's actually pretty good. If you have a waste oil heater, that's pretty slick. 55 gallons of used motor oil. That's pretty cool. Broken vending machine. Again, that would normally be scrapped, but because tin shred is so low right now, no one wants to spend the gasoline to get $4 in tin shred for the busted vending machine, so they're hoping to sucker somebody into taking it away for free. Again, here's a TV. You can't get rid of this TV for free. If you go to throw this TV away, you have to pay money. Probably $5 to $10. So they're hoping some sucker will want it for free so they don't have to pay to get rid of it. Decent table. That's actually a pretty cool couch. Free tank! No. Again, this is a guy looking to get somebody to do something for him for free. And I'm not saying they're bad people. I understand what they're doing. The water in the tank is free. So he wants to move this tank or sell this tank, but he needs to get rid of the water, and he hasn't figured out how to get rid of the water yet. So he's hoping to convince somebody to come remove the water for him for free. And there are 1.5 pages of items here. Because instead of, 7 pages of item, there's 1.5. Again, another couch, because they want to get rid of the couch for free. They don't want to pay to get rid of it. But you can get free cats. That's actually a pretty cat. Car seats, that kind of makes sense. I'm surprised they're not selling it. Again, another busted couch. Some turtles. Another busted up couch. Another icky couch. Another busted up recliner. Look at that. That is so much of somebody's skin on that recliner. I wouldn't want to sit on that. You couldn't pay me to sit on that. Oh, that's disgusting. Piece of fiberglass, if you want to pay for it. Dirt. Again, dirt. Rock. Scrap that nobody wants to pay for. Again, but this kind of stuff I understand. Yeah. Showing the difference between Philadelphia free and Albuquerque free. Hey, here's some chickens. Some apples. You got to clean up my yard. I don't want to pay somebody to clean up my yard, so free apples. Free human skin dust. Again, a box spring. Not the mattress. He sold the mattress, but a box spring. That's actually a halfway decent looking couch. Concrete posts. I'm too cheap to pay to get rid of this, so please come take it for free. That's actually a decent oversized love seat. Free firewood. Yeah, there's another, clue that I have to pay someone to get rid of this, so I'm hoping I can sucker someone into taking it for free. More dirt, more concrete posts, more wooden furniture that's useless, but I don't want to pay to get rid of it. More dirt, more box springs, more pallets, more posts. Are you seeing the trend here? There's nothing for free here. It just doesn't exist. If they think they can get $5 for it, they will put it up for sale for $5. So I'll show you. Now, sometimes there's local community groups where you can get stuff for free, where they share with their local community. But by and large, they sell everything. Also, Craigslist is not as popular out here. Most of the stuff on Craigslist is dual posted to Craigslist and Facebook. Like back in Pennsylvania, Craigslist is where it's at. But here in Albuquerque, Facebook Marketplace is where it's at. Everybody uses Facebook Marketplace. Very few people use Craigslist relative to the number of people who use Marketplace. But you see, everything is a premium. Like metal roof panels, $60. You're not getting a deal on that. That's not that much cheaper than what it would cost you to buy it new. The $12 a sheet for plywood, that's a little bit cheaper than what it would cost you in the store. That's actually not too bad. They're probably $22 a sheet in the store. So that's actually not bad if you need some plywood. Any kind of trailers, you forget it. You're paying premium price. Now, that's actually not a bad price. How big is it? Is it a little truck unit or is it actually, it's on wheels. That's not bad. If you got a fifth wheel, that's not too horrible. And the nice thing about the reefer units is they're insulated. And there's the door for it too. That's actually not bad. That's pretty cool. If I had the money, I'd be tempted to offer him like $1,700 for that, because what I want to do is, I'll show you what I want to do. Here's what I want to do. Where is it at? Right here. So here's my house. This is not current. I wish that truck was still here. Oh, God, I wish that was still here. I'd be using that right now if it was still here. So I don't have this anymore. So now you can think of this as being my carport. But what I would do, I would park that trailer right up against the wall of my house right here. It would be sitting right here. And then I would put a hole in the hallway, and I would put a door in the hallway right there. And you would open that door and you'd walk right outside into this trailer. And because it's a reefer unit, it's insulated. So it's not going to get too hot, and it'll be pretty easy to keep it warm in the wintertime, to keep it above freezing. And I would use that trailer as a pantry. I would put all my shelving units in there and all my food in there so that I can have my bedroom back or turn it into a workshop or take down that wall and make a bigger bedroom for Michelle. Eventually that's what I want to do. I want to put a trailer or container here. Trailer would be best because then legally they can't touch me about it. But park a trailer right there, right up against the wall of the house. Have it create like an airlock seal for it to seal up against the house without actually bolting it to the house. And then you'd walk outside the doorway right into the trailer. And then basically I'd be able to add a room to the house without having to go through all the hell of permits and shit like that. That's what I want to do. And something like this would be perfect for that. Probably what I would do is cut this off and put a standard bumper hitch on there, because I wouldn't need to move it very far if I ever had to move it. Get rid of this because that's a lot of the weight right there. I wouldn't need that. But these are insulated walls, which would make this so much easier to convert into a little room. I wouldn't even need electricity or anything. I can I could put like a freezer in there and it could be solar powered. The lighting would be solar powered. Just put a solar panel on the roof, for however little time you need to go in there. That's actually a halfway decent deal. Now, oddly enough, you can get trailers a pretty good deal around here. Like $400 for this trailer is actually not that bad. It's a 4x8. It's probably a Harbor Freight. Oh, maybe not. It's got a pretty decent floor on it. But the only no title, of course, but that's not a big deal here. That's actually a nice garbage trailer for $400. That's actually not bad. Trailers you can get at a pretty decent price. Campers, forget it. Campers cost a fortune because you can live in them. Wow. Wow, that's pretty cool. That's actually kind of cool. For a little shed? No, it's not a camper. It's just the building on top of it. You're not getting the trailer. You're just getting the building. But the point is, by being 10 by 5, you can trailer that. And you'll deliver it? Fuck yeah, I'll take that for $150. Especially if he's willing to deliver it. Hell yeah. Oh my god, that'd be awesome. Oh yeah, this one here. This is a fake ad. We see these all the time, and I don't know what the purpose is. What's the point? Full price $1,800. There's no way this is $1,800. This would never sell for $1,800. It'd be $4,000 or $5,000, and that's if it's beat up, used without a title. If this is as new as it looks, an '07 Jayco, yeah, this is $4,000 or $5,000. So it's obviously a fake ad. But what's the point? What do they get out of it? See, this is what you'll usually see. You'll see a small upright cabinet for a nominal price, $25. This would be free at all times in Pennsylvania. This would always be free. Here, that's actually pretty nice. That's actually really nice. And it's right at the bottom of the hill. I'm going to save that. That's actually really nice. I don't need the rest of the crap, just that. And it's close enough I could take the electric car. That's worth $25. I'm going to save that. Okay. As you can see, this is what there's lots of stuff. It's just not free. $1 million wood. Oh, yeah. 4x4 timbers. Yeah. That's nice, though, man. If I can get that, fuck yeah. What I'm looking for is a locker unit. I need a locker unit. Oh, look at that. That's nice. But again, $80. You do not get stuff for free here. Remember this for free in Pennsylvania? $75. Hey, Fragger. That's actually a nice kitchen island for $100. And cars. All the time for cars. That's kind of cute. If you have the mechanical means to restore something like this, these are kind of cool. These old school little camper vans. They're just cool. Engine runs. Wow. And the interior's all there. If you have the means to do the work that this needs to restore it, that's well worth $800. See, the desks, again, these are free in Pennsylvania. Here it's $100. Hey, red light. See, again, this is fake. This is fake. This is fake. These are fake ads. What's the point? What do they get? What's their objective? I don't understand why. I was showing people the difference between the used secondhand market in Pennsylvania versus here. We showed pictures of the house from Pennsylvania. You haven't seen this, have you? I'll go through it again for people who haven't seen it. This is amazing. It's going to blow your mind. This is my house that I sold in Pennsylvania. They put over $250,000 into this house, and now they're selling it for almost $600,000. Look at this. Look at this. That's my old bedroom. Oh my God, they put so much money. This is where I used to do my 3D printing. This was my lab. This is the formal dining room in my old house. This is where I did my 3D printing. Yeah, it's nice. This is the old family room. It used to have one window. So they got rid of the bow window here, put double sliding doors out to a deck, and then put 4 windows in here. Oh, incredible. Look at this. They did such a nice job on this. Used to all be separate rooms. This used to be the den. Now it's all an open layout. Oh, gorgeous. Look at that. No. No. Do you have any idea what the taxes on this are going to cost? You have any idea what the property tax bill on this house is going to be now? Because remember, the property tax bill is going to be based on the last sale price, the fair market value. This is now a $600,000 house. The property taxes on this house are going to be about $12,000 a year. You're going to pay between $10,000 and $12,000 a year in property taxes. $1,000 a month in property taxes to live in this house. This is the basement. They finished out the entire basement, so you have a living room and 2 bedrooms. Oh, look at this. This is one of the basement bedrooms. Full bath in the basement. Yeah, the taxes are insane. The taxes there are absolutely insane. But then again, the median per capita income in Levittown is $80,000 a year. Smoking room, a drinking room. This is gorgeous, gorgeous. They put so much money into this. Wow. Incredible. This is the basement bedroom. The second one. Basement bathroom. They still have the original mailbox. I took my big mailbox with me. I didn't know I didn't have mailbox service here, so it's useless. And they left the original mailbox. Yeah, I bet you would. Oh, if you could afford to have this house, you could have any chick you want too. Oh. They redid the entire driveway. The driveway used to be this wide. Well, actually, it was that wide, but the edge was like here and the edge over here. So they widened it about 1 foot and about 6 inches. And now you can truly fit 2 cars in there. Totally redid it. Redid the entire front stoop. Redid the entire fascia. Redid the entire floor plan inside the house. I mean, just wow. This was my dad's master bedroom. This used to be my bedroom. I love the ceiling fan. Ooh, I love that ceiling fan. It looks like a big-ass fan. This used to be the den. This is the half bath. And that was a den. There used to be French doors here, and this was a room on its own. Look at this. Look how bright this room is now. This was the darkest, gloomiest room in the house. Now it's one of the brightest rooms in the whole house. Absolutely stupendous how much money they put in this house. Worth it. I mean, if you're going to spend that much money on taxes, you want this kind of a house. Oh, absolutely incredible. You see, they got rid of the vestibule in the front of the house, and now they have just a little, I'm guessing a coat closet. Very, very nice house. Some very wealthy people are going to buy this house. Here's the drinking room. I don't have any before pictures. I have before outside pictures, but not inside pictures. I'll see if I can find some from the past. I do have some older pictures of the house. I just don't know where they are. I'll have to find them on one of my hard drives somewhere. But yeah, I'll be sure to circle back to this when I find those older pictures, and we'll look up. This used to be a double deck, so there was a deck here, and then a second level came up to here. The deck was rotten. It was gone. It was trashed. So they just got rid of the carcass and put one single deck on. Beautiful. Because this house definitely needs a deck. Now, this used to be the family bathroom in here, and there was no door here. And instead, they extended his bedroom all the way to the back of the house and made that the master bath. And I'm guessing they converted what used to be the master bath into a walk-in closet. That would be this room right here. Because this is my bedroom. This is the master bedroom. And I'm guessing, well, this was the master bath. I'm guessing, you see the curtains are closed. I'm guessing this is now a walk-in closet, but they wanted to keep the windows for the aesthetic. They totally redid this. Used to be just a little concrete square. Now it's these beautiful large steps. They did a really, this is where I used to do my 3D printing, right here. My desk was right there, and the glass table was right here. This used to be a bow window. So that bow window you saw behind me in my old videos, that was right there. Look at it now. This is incredible. Absolutely incredible. They did such a nice job on this. Oh, I hope they did a nice job. Some flippers do a really shitty job. But I love this the modernized staircase. It's beautiful. Gorgeous. Now that the house is 3,400 the house is at least 3,400 square feet now. It was 2,400 square feet, and now they finished out the full basement. It has a full basement. That's at least another 1,000 square feet. So now it's a 3,400 square foot house. So the air conditioner was probably not enough anymore. So it has dual units now. Those are carriers too. Those are nice. Someone put some good money into the AC system. They kept our tanks, but they put them on a concrete pad now, which is great. I'm surprised they didn't repaint them. This is the basement. Oh, absolute. And just by getting this used to be a brick wall. So this used to be a brick wall, and there was an archway here to go into this other room. Now it's all open. It's so beautiful. They really did a gorgeous job on it. I give them full credit for that. I can't complain about that. They did a great job. I hope they get their money. They deserve it. RV fridge and freezer? Does it still work? But he wants $200 for it. It's risky at $200. At $50, I'd take a shot, because if it works, that will work off 12 volts and it'll work off propane. Well, that might be a propane AC unit and not a propane 12 volt unit. But if it works, that's a nice off-grid fridge. But at $200, that's risky. Because if it doesn't work, you're boned. Hey, corner lot in Albuquerque for $75,000. No more pictures though, which means it's probably just a shell. But still, a house in Albuquerque for 75 grand, that's not bad. Oh, these gang boxes are nice, but they always go for a lot of money. I was thinking about eventually saying, because I have power running to what used to be a garage out in front of my house. Actually, I can show you. That's not what I wanted. So something I was thinking about doing. I don't know if I can get away with it. The fuck? So you can see here, there's a little apron there, and you can kind of see the outline of an old foundation. So there used to be a garage here, and there's an extra circuit breaker in the panel here. And we suspect that there is a 20 amp line running from here over to here for this garage. So if I can find that power wire, and if it's still intact, I won't need to get a permit to run power. I'll just need to draw a permit to, rewire it, which would be like 20 bucks. It'd be nothing. But what I would like to do, and I don't know if I'm allowed to. I got to see if I need what kind of business license I need. But I'd like to get a vending machine, so a candy machine and a soda machine, as well as a car vacuum cleaner. So an auto vacuum cleaner. And set them up under a little shaded space here. Maybe even have a small TV with the, aerial TV, because we get a decent number of channels here. And have a little station here where people can pull in here, vacuum out their car, get a soda, get a bite to eat, and then drive out. Maybe even have a low pressure pressure washer kind of deal, so they can hose the bulk of the dust off their car. I wouldn't want them using too much water, because water's pretty expensive here, but maybe just a low pressure wand so they can get the bulk of the dust off their car, so they can, hose their car off, vacuum it out, get a bite to eat, drink, and then leave. So they would pull in here, do the vacuuming and all that stuff, and then drive out. I'm wondering if it might be worth doing eventually, setting up my own little pit stop station. I get an unusual amount of traffic on this road. I don't know why. People seem to use this road as a way of, I don't know why. Why wouldn't you go up 344 and come down here? But for some reason, I guess, even still, like, even if you have to get to here, why wouldn't you take frontage road? Why would you take Pignone? For some reason, a lot of traffic along Pignone Road. I don't know why. It seems to be a way. People seem to cut through here to get up to here, and I don't know why. But I'm thinking, set up a little station here, or maybe over here. I don't know. But, soda machine, candy machine, vacuum cleaner, where people can pull in, drop their quarters to pay for it. And I couldn't put a change machine there because they would just steal it. that would get stolen. It would get vandalized. But I'm thinking about doing that in the future as a little extra income kind of thing, side income. I mean, that would require me to be more stable now, because those machines aren't cheap. A soda machine's not too bad, 800 bucks. You just make sure you have to get a heated one so it heats in the wintertime. But every now and then I see auto vacuums for sale for like, 1,000 bucks, 1,200 bucks. And interesting idea. It's interesting. I was thinking about it. I don't know if it'd be worth it or not. Maybe even set up a washer and dryer. Have a little tiny shed with a washer and dryer inside, coin washer dryer. So people can come by, drop off a load of wash. Because some people don't have washing machines. And we have a lack of local laundromat around here. So even a pair of them, 2 washers, 2 dryers, maybe. Have my own little, soda, snack, car vacuum, washer, dryer set up here. I don't know if the township would let me do that. They might not let me. Just an idea, interesting idea. Huh? Those are 20 bucks? That's not worth that. That's about what I would expect for 20 bucks. It's beat up. That's actually kind of cool. It's fucked up. Oh, you're in Europe? Yeah, well, Europe's just screw you to everybody. I mean, you know, but then again, in Europe, um, your minimum wage is higher. The benefits provided to your citizens are better. So there are trade-offs. There are distinct trade-offs. Yeah. Just ideas, you know, I'm trying to find ways of making relatively passive income. You know, just build up enough micro sources of income to be a usable income. Is it electric or gas? That's actually kind of cool. But only if it's electric. A lot of these units are gas. That's expensive for that. You can get cheaper units on Amazon that are better quality. I'm seeing the same things over again. Why am I seeing the same things over again? It's repeating. You see the prices on containers? Look at this. This is a local container here in Edgewood. And he wants $7,000. I paid $9,000 for 3 of them, and I think I overpaid. Gee, he's nuts if he thinks he's getting that price for that. Not unless he's delivering it, and even then, Jesus, that's a lot of freaking money. This makes more sense. 20-foot containers, $2,300. So it's probably 4 for a 40-foot. But that's a more reasonable price at least. That's not bad for a locally made planter box. That's not too bad. You can buy them for that price on Amazon, but still, for something locally made and bigger, that's not too bad. Oh, here's the freezer I'm looking at getting, or a fridge. My brother's actually going to help me out. He's gonna foot $300 of the fridge. I haven't found a decent used fridge. Most of them are 15 to 20 years old, and they want $200-300 for them, and I'm like, no. So what I'm looking at is this. I got approved for their credit card. So I thought I had one already. I guess they closed it from not lack of use, but they approved me for their credit card. So I have 24 months of no interest financing as long as I pay it off within 24 months. And with the $300 boost from him, that shouldn't be a problem because it's going to be about $1,100 with tax and the warranty. What's this? So it's gonna be like $1,100 with the tax and the warranty. It's a 5-year warranty, $160, worth it. But this is a convertible freezer refrigerator. So this is you can run this as either a refrigerator or a freezer. Eventually, I'd like to have 2. Run one as a freezer, one as a fridge, and then I have a backup for either if one fails. But obviously, you're gonna get one. But this is the whole thing is a fridge, no freezer. It's all fridge. I've already got 5 or 6 freezers. I don't need more freezers. Actually, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 freezers. All right, I got 6 freezers. I don't need more freezer space, but I do need more fridge space. And this is 21 cubic feet of fridge. So this is what we're looking to get. Insignia is made by Haier, which is one of the largest Chinese manufacturers in the world, so it's a decent brand name. And the 5-year warranty obviously is, a bonus. But yeah, that's all fridge. That's what we're looking to get. The nice thing is you can set it for refrigerator temperatures. So I can set it down below freezing for a freezer, or I can set it for refrigerator temperatures. That's nice. This is where I like this. But yeah, so I'll get the 5-year warranty, worth every goddamn penny, even if it never has to be used. Wait a minute, they'll install it for free? Wow. Okay. I gotta find out if they'll remove the old one. They don't have to take it with them, but they gotta remove it. They gotta put it outside. They don't have to take it with them if they don't want to. I'll take care of getting rid of it. But I do need the old one removed and taken outside. If they're willing to do that, Jesus. Hell yeah. I didn't know that was an option. I just assumed they would charge. But that's the one I want to get. That's the fridge we're looking to get. And very, very efficient. So it's on the better side of the energy guide. It says here they expect it to use 500 kilowatt hours per year. That's about average. Although fridges can be higher. So 500 divided by 365 is let's call it 1.4 kilowatt hours per day, which means this battery could run that fridge for one full day. That's actually pretty good. Let's compare that with other fridges. Now I'm curious. I am curious. Why would you get the 17 cubic foot when you can get the 21 cubic foot for the same price? It's weird. Well, the white one's $100 less, but I'd rather have the extra 4 cubic feet. I'd much rather have the extra 4 cubic feet. But let's check out like another similar size 23 cubic foot. Here we go. Yeah, that's not the same price range. I just want to see the power difference. Here it is. Here we go. 20 cubic feet. That's the right range. What is your yearly power usage? It doesn't have the Energy Star sticker thingy. Oh, it's not even Energy Star certified. Wow. So how much power does it consume? There's a Maytag, 21 cubic feet. That one's Energy Star. Oh, it's not that big a difference. 527 watt hours. So it's only a 30 kilowatt hour difference. Huh. Interesting. Oh, man. So yeah, we love our rotisserie. God, we love our rotisserie. Everything we make in it tastes so good. I mean, that turkey, I sliced a piece of the first turkey, the one I didn't overcook. I sliced a piece off it and squeezed it, and the juice just came out. It was like, oh, it was so freaking good. Oh my God, it was so good. I'm gonna try to stock up on some turkeys. Yeah, I'm gonna grab like 3 or 4 extra turkeys and put them in the freezer because I love turkey. God, I love turkey so much. Okay, now we did finish modifying this, and we modified this. Although I still don't know where the model defect is. Come on. Let's try. The file size did change. It didn't tell me what it did to it, though. Let's see if it slices any better. Still doing it. Now it's insisting on stopping over here. So now there's something here. But I still see a gap down there. I don't know why it's doing that. There has to be a reason. It's got to be something to do with these V's. That looks clean. That looks clean. And that looks clean. I don't see a problem there. So why do we have that deviation? Why this gap? I don't see a start-stop point. I just don't know why it's doing that. So I know what it's doing, but I don't know why it's doing it. So um, how do I describe this? So let's say we build this in phase mode. Okay. Well, ew. Honey. That little pack of honey must have fell. There it is. Yep. You're all trash. Yeah, well, it's just honey. I love honey. So, if I want to draw this in phase mode, we need to know how big the circumference is. So, the circumference of this shape is that long. So, each layer is this long. Let me make sure you can see this. So, each layer is this long to make this cylinder shape here. Okay. This receipt actually works really well for this. You notice how there's a lift here? How it starts off at 0 here, and you end up with a lift here. Okay? See how it's an angle? So this white line here is the length of the layer, but it starts here and has to end up this much higher after this much length. So this is how much lift I need per layer. Because in vase mode, you got to draw this. Okay, that's this. But you also have to move up as you do it. You're creating a spiral, like a slinky. So how much does it have to lift up? Well, it has to lift up 0.2 millimeters per layer. Well, how much does it have to lift per millimeter? Well, that depends. How long is the layer? So you have to take this length and divide it by 0.2. I'm sorry, 0.2 divided by this length. So if this is 100 millimeters long, and you have to lift 0.2 millimeters after 100 millimeters, what's that come to? 0.02? So every 1 millimeter, you have to lift up 0.02 millimeters. So that by the time you end up back at the start point again, which is the start point, so by the time you end up at your start point again, you have to make sure that you are this much higher so that you can draw on top of the next layer. And each layer has to be that much taller. So you're actually creating a slight inclined plane. So you start off. I don't know. And the problem that's happening is that calculation for how much it has to lift per millimeter linear travel distance is being reset. Somehow, some way, come on. Here we go. That calculation for telling it has to lift up so much per linear millimeter, it's being reset. Either here at this point or here at this point. It's being reset. And you can see it right there. So you can see that gap that's forming. See that gap right there? It starts there, starts or ends there. You can see it all in right there. So for whatever reason, either at this point or this point, it's recalculating its path that it has to draw. And I don't know why. It shouldn't be. Again, it's not a big deal, but I would like it not to do that. I would like to fix it. See how it's a gap all the way around? Now I know if I change the start point, I can alter where that gap happens, or I can turn it into a squish instead of a gap. So instead of lifting up too high, it'll print too much plastic on top of itself. The latter is preferred because the latter will just give an over extrusion without weakening the product. Hey, Darren. So let's try moving 10 millimeters left and see if that gives me a squish instead of a splat. Yes. See? Nope. I still got a tiny gap there. So it's that point right there. It's this point right here. So it's when I transition from needing a slot to not needing a slot.
Let's see if the slot starts and stops at the same point. Okay, so here's the slot. Okay, so here's a reinforcement rib. And here's a slot that goes all the way through. Now, once I open up these openings, then the slot isn't needed anymore. God, I hate the fact that they're reversed. I hate that so much. So we're perfectly fine there. And here it breaks. And we end up with a gap. And it does transition to a rib. So, slot, rib. And the slot and the rib transition at exactly the point where these transition. So what's the problem? Is it just a matter of start point? I need to change this goddamn color. Speeds. Let's go 25 millimeters per second. The yellow is not working. That blue's even fucking worse. One is the red. Let's go speeds. Let's go 100. God, why does it have a fetish with yellow? I don't want it to be fucking yellow. 200 millimeters per second. Finally, it's not yellow. Although I don't know if the green's much better. See how we have a gap there? So it's a continuous extrusion. I do not, wait a minute. There's a travel point right there. Why is there a travel point there? See, that's a glitch in the model. Right there, for some reason, it's choosing to stop printing vase mode. And it now jumps. It jumps from here to here. And there's no reason for it to do that. Why is it jumping? There's no overlap. I don't see a conflict. It has to be start point based. Oh, come on. It's still jumping. See how there's a defect there? So now it's jumping from there to there. Why? Why not resume right here? Why stop here and move there? Why move to there? What's special about there? Why does it insist on moving there? It shouldn't be doing that. Should be able to get around this by printing sequentially. But for some reason, it's not.
It's insisting on stopping there and jumping over to there. I don't know why it has a fetish with jumping over here. It's recalculating the amount of lift per circumference path that it needs to use. And its jumping position in the model so that the lift results in a gap. I don't know why it's doing that. Wonder what happens if I turn it around. Sideways. What happens if I do that? Sometimes just rotating the model is enough to do things. No, we're still jumping. And it's still jumping at the same point. Except now it's jumping from here to here. Although at least that results in a squish instead of an expansion. See here? So it's 2 layers squishing together instead of 2 layers gapping apart. Squishing, good. Gapping, bad. Why does it insist? Oh, wait a minute. I got another jump right here. Oh, no, that's the same jump. And it jumps multiple times. It's like it's creating a whole separate layer there. Why? I mean, this one down here, I understand, because we're changing geometry. See how this changes from a slot to a V? Oh. Yeah. But how does it get into this one? What? Oh, there it is. It was just invisible. It's still there. Okay. It's so annoying. There's just no reason it should be doing that. Huh. I'm gonna have to see if I can hit the forums, see if anybody can tell me why it's doing that. It's got to be a geometry issue. I mean, the model's clean, so there must be something that. I mean, well, this one I don't understand at all. This one I understand because we're changing from slot to opening. So I get that one. I get why that's doing that. I don't know exactly how to fix it, but I know why it's doing it. What I don't understand is why we have this geometry jump here. The geometry's clean. There's no overlap. It just should not be there. I also don't. It's something to do with this right here. Would you please rotate enough? See how this geometry changes here? Look at this. I think this is doing it. See how this is nice and square? 90 degree, square, square. See how you got that nice squared off direction change? Now watch here. Boom. See how it's starting to distort? And it gets distorted? So now it's like 3 points instead of 4 points. So instead of here, over, over, it's going too far in and then coming out diagonally and going over. And that's where it does the change. It's like it stops here and then it tries to start again here. Why? The slicer is doing something that's causing this. I wonder what happens if I change the layer height. What the hell? It went away. Wow. It's gone. That oddity here, it's totally gone. Are you kidding me? All I did was change the layer height to 0.21 instead of 0.20. Now I still have this one, but I should be able to fix that by shifting the position. That is so weird. All I did was change the layer height by 0.21. That is so damned weird. Now I need to make that a squish instead of a gap. I should be able to just change the starting point. Nope, it's a gap. I need it to be a squish. Still a gap. Why? Why? Let's try printing just this one. Why is it starting here? I don't want it to start here. Why does that have a layer there? That should not be there at all. Uh-oh. Okay, it's starting here. I need to start over here. X and Y. Let's do 110. Now I don't know where it's starting. Why do I have bottom layers? Why is it doing that? Oh. Wait a minute. Yeah. Is there a way for me to find out what the Cartesian location is on this thing? I want this start point to be back here. Oh, wait a minute. This is X, this is Y. I think these are 25 apiece. So that's 150. That's 160, 70, so 175. I need the Y to be 175. Let's see. 175. Let's see if that fixes it. All right, I got a squish instead of a gap. So now it's just over extruding a tiny bit. Good. I had the X and Y backwards. Okay. Squish I can live with. And this artifact here is gone. No idea why that artifact was there, but whatever. And now I have a gap down here. Why do I have... Why? Because now it's jumping from here to here. Something about this transition is causing it to jump coordinates. And depending on where the start point is, determines whether it's going to jump position and squish or jump position and gap. This one has a gap without a jump. It's not stopping. There's no jump point. So it's a calculation error. See, it never moves. Look. Start point never moves. Look. It never jumps. It just it's calculating the lift per circumference wrong. And because I went from a slot to a gap. Okay, let me try layer X. Let's try 120. Let's see if that changes the algorithm. Still a gap. We have a squish up here now, which is good. But now down here, we have a gap. And the start point did move. So now the start point's over here. It was over here. The problem is if I move this start point over to this side, it's going to break. It's going to create a gap in the back. Can I change the geometry of the model to fix it? I can't change the start point since that would break phase mode. You would have to move in order to change the start point. All right, I'm going to get these models uploaded so that you guys can start playing. I think this is a Simplify 3D issue and not a model issue. I think it has something to do with Simplify 3D, the way it calculates it. Hey, Grizzlyak. So I'm going to get these models uploaded tonight or tomorrow morning with all the corrections I just made to them, with the built-in everything. So they're basically finished, unless I can figure out a geometry hack to get this to stop. We can even see the height difference there. See? See how this point's up higher than that point? I think I know what's causing it. Okay. Here's what I think is causing it. The model as you see it now has a certain linear length per layer. That thing we were describing, where you take the circle that you want to print and you make it a straight line. That's how long each layer is, okay? There. That's how long each layer is. Well, the problem is if I take a chunk out of this layer, well, now the line length is different. And so the calculation of how much rise per millimeter has to be also changed. Now, normally, when you draw in vase mode,
You transition from non-vase to vase, vase to non-vase. So when you're printing regular, you print layer, layer, layer. And then you start your vase mode and begin your linear translation by adding Z-mix in as you spiral. The problem is I'm changing the geometry of the model while still keeping a single outline corkscrew. So, for example, if I were to take this shape and then suddenly transition to this shape, well, now the total linear length is less. But I think for that one layer, it's still using the same amount of rise per linear millimeter. And so it takes it one layer to recalculate that sudden translation from being, 4 feet long to being 3.5 feet long. Now, when you go 4 feet, 3.99, 3.98, 3.97, no problem. It can handle that. That slight change is handled for as error correction as it works its way up. But when you suddenly go from 4 feet to suddenly, 3.5 feet, a big change in distance. But that's the other weird thing. There isn't a big change in distance. When we go from this to this, the change in distance is equal to the thickness of these three gaps, which is 9 millimeters, which means my linear length is only changing by 9 millimeters. Plus the slot, which is only another point. The slot would be 0.8 millimeters. So I'm only changing the entire circumference by 9.8 millimeters. Is that enough to cause that big of a difference to where it wants to create this gap now? It looks like it needs from here to here to recalculate the spiral lift. Just this outside area. So literally from here to here is where it needs to get its new equilibrium. But that's not a huge change though. I mean, it's obviously much bigger than this change, because this change is probably 1 millimeter for the entire model. But once you go from there to there, that's a 9.8 millimeter decrease. So I'm shrinking the linear length of the model. 3, 6, 9, that's 9 millimeters. But I'm increasing it by 0.8 millimeters here, because this now becomes a slot. So it's only a 2.2 or a 8.2 millimeter difference. Why is that causing such a huge artifact? See you next time, TRT. I gotta hit the Simplify 3D forums and see if anybody knows if there's anything I can do to stop it from doing this, or average it out enough that it doesn't create such an open air gap. Let's try shifting it a whole bunch and see what happens. What the hell? It's gone. No, it's still there. The green just hit it. But it is smaller. No, it's bigger over here. Actually, I think that made it worse. Now, only this section of the model is still attached. So it is gone here in the middle, but now the entire back perimeter of the model has the gap. Gotta be fucking kidding me. Let's try shifting this point. That'll make the problem worse, not better. Ooh, 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 that looks like a squish. I see a tiny gap on the left. I see squish over here. I got it. Okay, it doesn't fix the problem, but it compensates for the problem. So see here? See how we have two overlapping layers now? So that'll just result in a little tiny itty bitty over extrusion right there. You won't even notice it. You'll barely notice it. But that, at least I got rid of that gap. And the other artifact is still gone. So the other artifact was probably a model geometry issue related to the layer height. So when you slice a model, you're not actually slicing the exact model you created, because you have to slice that model into distinct layers. So you're kind of decimating the model. You are simplifying, you're reducing the complexity of the model in order to render the model in discrete layers. So sometimes if you have a piece of geometry in your model, there's nothing wrong with the geometry, but that geometry conflicts with the layer height. So like if I had a slot in a model and part of that slot was on the first layer and part of that slot was on the second layer, so basically the termination of that slot was between layers. In a continuous model, no problem. But when you have to break that model into discrete layers, the slicer has to figure out, oh, wait a minute, I got two halves here. One half's on that layer, one half's on that layer. How do I resolve that discrepancy? So it has to average it out. And sometimes you get, this is my suspicion, you get little geometry quirks like the slot that cause the slicer to go, I can't figure this out, so I'm going to just jump from here to here. And that was its way of fixing the problem. So by changing the layer height, I moved where that geometry discrepancy occurred and got rid of the problem by making it not exist anymore, because now it's no longer between layers. This is happening for a different reason. This is happening because I am changing the geometry of the model while in a configuration that is continuously printing without layers. If this was in layers, it would be no problem. But because this is not in layers, a vase mode print does not print in layers. A vase mode print is a continuous extrusion. And because I have harsh geometry changes, going from a slot here to an opening here, it has to figure out how to continuously extrude through that. And what I think, my suspicion is that it calculates its lift per linear millimeter. So
you know, you're going this fast, and I'm saying, okay, well, every time you get to here, you need to already be 0.2 millimeters higher. So you have to figure out every millimeter, how far do you have to lift up the Z, so that by the time you make it all the way around here again, you're 0.2 millimeters higher, and you're printing on top of the last of your continuous extrusion. So it's not really layers. It's more layers would be this. You lay down one layer, you lay down another layer. That's not vase mode. Vase mode is slinky. How many layers does a slinky have? One. It only has one layer. This has two layers. Layer 1, layer 2, layer 3. A slinky has one layer. One continuous non-stop layer. Which means you have to rise at a specific rate so that you're above your tail by the time you cross over it again. And because I am changing the length of each of those pseudo layers, it has to change its calculation on how much rise to put in place per layer. Or not per layer, per lift, per revolution. And I think I'm fucking with that calculation by making geometry changes. And my suspicion is it only changes the calculations once per revolution. Now, if your geometry change starts and stops at that point, you're fine. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. So, but my problem is the start point is here, but the geometry change point is here. So you have a geometry change point, but it can't recalculate the rise until it gets back to the start point. So for half of that layer, it's actually not a layer, it's a revolution. Okay, no layers, revolution. So for half of that revolution, it's using the old calculation for rise, which is a mismatch to the model because the model has a different linear length now because I've made the model 8.2 millimeters smaller in revolution. And I think that's what's happening. So that's why it changes based on me changing the start point. So I don't think there's a perfect start point because the geometry change is different at two ends of the model. So at this end, oh, did I create a gap at the other end? Oh no, I did. Yeah. I got rid of the squish at one end and created a gap at the other end. God damn it. Um, you know something? I know how to fix it. It's not going to be as pretty because it's going to create an artifact that we don't really want. But to be honest, the artifact really isn't that bad. Hell, I can't even feel it. Oh, there it is. So it's going to create an artifact. But I can move the slot to be at the same point as the geometry change. And the way I do that is by grabbing my slot here and moving it up to here. Oops, I didn't want to do that. I'm still going to have that geometry change in the middle. But I can make 3 of them. I can fix that. Okay, how do I do this? So split these apart. I need to get rid of, hide this. I need to delete this. I need to restore that. Join that. Okay. Would you fucking move where I want you to? Why are you moving so slow? There. Don't be a dingleberry. I need to move this up here like this. Okay. Now, what I need to do is to disjoin these. I need to create a duplicate of this. I need to move one of them over here. I need to move one of them over here. I need to take this one and this one, align, hold that position, move it here, and then join these together. Okay. Take this one, align, freeze that, move that, join that. Why didn't it join? Okay. This, align, freeze, align, join, and then join them with this. Make it a transparent. I'm going to need to copy this because I'm going to need it for over here. Okay. Now the slits in the model are aligned with the geometry change. So basically, you see how the model is open here and here, so I don't require a slit? Well, I'm basically making the model open the whole way up and down. But it's going to form a seam at these three locations, which will make it one solid piece. That might work. There it is. Okay. Let's try that and see what it does. I might still have to play with moving where the start point is. Can't see the seams. I'll assume they're there. There it is. No gaps, no discrepancies, no geometry changes. That did it. So the problem is I was altering the geometry from slot to opening. And now that I have the slot and the opening at the same Cartesian points on the model, it doesn't have to recalculate the rise as dramatically. Well, what's annoying is that now I have 3 seams here. And I don't want 3 seams there. So now I have to have a seam going straight up the center of the model. Okay. What that does mean is I can move these now. I don't have to have them, they don't have to be so close. Okay, so how can we adjust those? It'd be a lot of work to adjust them. I might be better off just living with them. And just keep that in mind in the future. Okay. Not happy about it, but it does remove the printer artifacts. I do eventually want to put little holders on here so that I can take the label off of the packet, laminate it, and drop it in there to identify it. Yes, it's still vase mode. I figured out the geometry issue that was conflicting with the spiralized mode. The good news is it's a perfect spiral now. The bad news is you have 3 slots on the front of the model. I mean, it'll be solid. It'll actually make the model stronger, but it's going to create a visual artifact. So, let me show you. Oh, what the hell? I didn't know that was even there. So when you print the model, you see these seams here? Now that's because this is transparent, but you can't feel them because they're not there. They're on the inside. So there are slots on the inside, ribs, so that this will print rigid, straight, and flat. Not have the wood one didn't do it because well no, that had 2 seams. But also the wood is a little more rigid than the PLA. You can see on here how it's wavy, how it's not flat and stiff. All right, that's because I didn't have enough seams. So now you can see how you can barely see it on this model. There's a seam right down the middle. Okay, but the actual zipper seam, the slot, yeah, that's why I'm trying to integrate it into the design. See how I have a seam in the back here? Because at some point you have to go from the inside of the model to the outside of the model. So you have to have a cut in the model somewhere. On this one, I was able to hide it on the back. On the double one, I hid it on the side. So it's right there. You can see it right there. Yeah, that one's a little more pronounced. Because this here is a shadow that you're seeing of the rib on the inside, while this is an actual cut right through the model. Because we were making a geometry change from slot to gap, we created an artifact in the model. Now in this model, because I only had one geometry change from here to here, I was able to hide it by forcing it to squish instead of gap, by changing where the start point was. But once I updated the model to this, we now have 2 opposite geometry changes. We go from slot or from gap to slot, and then we go from slot back to gap again. So that's 2 bidirectional geometry changes. And you didn't see any of that. So by putting the slots in the same location as the geometry change, then there's no linear circumference calculation change. So there's no rise change. And we got rid of the artifacts completely. But at the cost of now having 3 slots on the front of the model. Now, for opaque models like this, that's probably not a big deal. It really isn't. You're just going to see 3 slots. You're going to see that. You're going to see this 3 times on the front of the model. Here, here, and here. All right? But that allows the whole thing to be printed in vase mode. I don't think there's any way for me to move those slots and trick it. Like, I might be able to put 3 slots in the back and trick it into not having them having a squish. You know, it'd be fast enough to try it. We could just try it and see what happens. Just see what the slicer does. Because if I could put it in the back, that'd be better. So what happens if I bust this apart? If I take these and I split them apart, now let's join these 3 together. Follow. Join these 3 together. Follow. Now what happens if I do this? What if I were to do that? We're going to have an artifact, but can I make it play nice? Let's find out. Let's see how badly I can piss it off. Okay. I have a gap there. And I have a gap there. So what I've done is I've bilaterally split the gap. So now this side has a gap on this half, and this side has a gap on this half. Now, can I move the start point to affect that? X, Y, 175. Let's put it in the back. Right in the center. Let's see what it does. Nope. We still have a gap there. And we have a gap. All I do is reverse the gaps. So now it's gap, gap instead of gap, gap. So the problem is the separation between where these slots are and where these V's are. That's the problem. It's this geometry change. It's the distance between these 2 geometry change points. That's the problem. So the only way that's going to work is if I line up the 2 geometry change points together. And since I have 3 points for geometry changes, I need 3 slots, which also makes sense because I have 3 openings, so I need 3 slots to get into those 3 openings. So that actually makes a lot of sense. Although I wonder if the geometry change is symmetrical, will it play nice? And I can bring the geometry change very close to itself. Here, let's do this. Ooh, I might be able to bring it down to 1 slot, maybe. So what I can do is I can break these apart. I can get rid of one of these. I can take one of these, rotate it 80 degrees, 90 degrees, increase the length to 100, then put it right inside here. See, I can bring it really close. I can bring it really close to the, so these 3 points are really close together. And then I'd only have 1. So I might have a defect, but the defect might be so small that it's not a problem. Because I bring them, if the distance between the defects is the problem. because I'd be much happier with one slot. I think that might have worked. There's still a gap there, but it's tiny. And it only goes to here. It stops. I don't see it there. And I don't see it in there. And now, let's try moving the start point to, what did I have that, 120? It's only in the center. So you have a slight discrepancy here and here, but it's very, very minor. See how the gap is almost invisible now? It's barely a gap. Little squish here, little gap here. But that gap is small enough that I don't think it'll create a printing problem. Same thing here. Little squish here, little gap here, but very, very tiny. The gap basically goes until it reaches the slot right here. So just this little bit right here. From here to here. So the discrepancy now only goes from here along the front until it gets to the slot right here. I think I can live with that. And I think that will print okay. Yeah, I think that will print just fine. Well, if you guys want to see how I did. Lick my balls, and you got auto-blocked. Lick my balls, buddy. Lick it. That was Triple X18 trying to post to the channel again, but the YouTube algorithm caught his messages and didn't display them. So, I didn't show you guys that. So here's what I did. I put the slot in the middle, and then I have a slot here and a slot here. See that? Why does that slot look bigger? It doesn't. It's just a layer. Okay. Right there. So you see how we go from slot there? So slot, slot, slot. So now the only discrepancy follows this path right here. From here around to here. You'll see that form when I do that. So it's just this, well, it's wrong point, isn't it? Where am I? Yeah, that's where it's starting to form. So here we go. So the discrepancy only exists from here, around here, to here. Which is a small enough difference that it shouldn't have any problem gapping. Okay. And now we only have one slot right in the middle. I am much, much happier with one slot in the middle. We can make it perfect by having 3 slots. But I don't need perfect. I would rather have a minuscule imperfection there and not have 3 ugly slots. So that does work, okay. As far as how I created my screw holes, I'll show you that. So as you can see here, that's actually wrong. That has to go in more. So this needs to be touching that. So we got to fix that too. Split you apart. Okay, so what we need is a work plane here, an object here. Change the work plane to here. Grab our little object. And we need that little object to be I can't tell which one it is. How the fuck do you know which one it is? Okay, that's the relative. This is the absolute. So I need 0.8 millimeter. There we go. Oh, actually, no, I need 0.7. That's right. We want a direct overlap. 0.7. Okay. That'll do it. Grab you. Slice and dice. There we go. So, that little hexagon right there. So now you have a 0.8 millimeter thick bit of plastic here that you could just drive a screw through. So that's how I created the little openings to spots for you to put a screw through without having to create a hole. So it's a double thick layer of plastic here. That's almost a millimeter thick since I over extrude a little bit, which is more than strong enough to hold up this with some sauce packets inside of it. So that's how I created those little gaps. Is there anything else I need to fix? I don't think so. Well, I got to change the speed back to something more reasonable. So let's do, I guess 80 millimeters per second. Oh, I did want to change temperature. I want to print 215. Okay. See you later, D-Red. I'm getting ready to get out of here. I'm just going to finish cleaning this up and get this uploaded. I should have the 3-1 uploaded tonight. And if I manage to get the 6-1 done tonight, I'll upload tonight. Otherwise, tomorrow I'll have the 6-1 uploaded. The handle is more than strong enough. I don't perceive any weakness whatsoever in that. That's going to be plenty strong. So that's real nice. This looks fantastic in transparent filaments like this. It just looks so cool. But I'm going to start working on ones for the sauce packets. And I'm also going to add, spaces for like straws. So I can put the straws that I get from McDonald's in here. Maybe you could probably even use one of these slots for napkins if you want, or I don't know. I'll figure something out. I want to make them more advanced, more complex. Maybe a big slot down here for napkins to fit in. All the freebies that you get from McDonald's, you can put them in this. I think that'd be pretty neat. But I want to try to keep it within 225 by 225 so it'll fit on any Ender or i3 or Prusa style printer. I want to try to keep it small enough to fit, the printer that 99% of people are going to have. If I go past 220 by 220, then I start to restrict what printers can print this. So I want to see how much I can fit into that. There. So, and I'm also probably going to make one of these. I want to see if I can fit 4. Like, can I go 4 wide and still fit? I don't know. I think so. Because I have enough. Well, I don't know. I'll have to find out. But I'm hoping maybe go 4 and then have 1/2 be dipping cups and 1/2 be sauce packets. Because I love my sauce packets, the salsa packets and the horseradish packets and the Taco Bell packets. So maybe have 3 on one side, 4 on one side, and then the 4th slot on the packet side
will be for like spoons and straws. I don't know. I'll figure something out, but come up with different designs. Problem is I have to custom make a model for each one because to make it vase mode. But the result is it just prints so freaking clean. There's like no zits, there's no ugliness because it's one continuous extrusion. It prints so beautifully. Most of the print time is actually done printing the bottom. And so for example, actually a lot of this is for aesthetic reasons, not for mechanical reasons. I wanted that beautiful honeycomb bottom there. I wanted that beautiful honeycomb pass-through bottom. And so the problem I ran into was the infill not having enough attachment points to the perimeter of the top part of the model, and they would separate. So what I did was I created a, yeah, I like it. And I created a bevel inside here, which stops them from sliding around and getting annoying. But also I changed the infill from the 15% honeycomb to like 40% grid for this part here, so that there's more points of contact between this part and the infill floor. And now there's enough points of contact that it's on there. It's not coming off. There's some where I could detach the bottom because there's just so few points of contact. So now there's tons of points of contact. But the result is that takes longer to print. Yeah, it also makes it easy to clean. You'll be able to spray right through it. You'll be able to take your sink nozzle and spray right through the thing and wash everything out. If you have a packet that bursts open inside of here, you'll be able to flush it right out of there. And no dust buildup, stuff like that. But I just like that. I just really, I'm pleased with that. Especially the wall one. This is the one I'm going to have fun with, because these are going to go up on my wall in the kitchen here. And yeah, that's nice. You'll need your deburring tool to get rid of the brim. Brim is definitely needed unless you have real good stiction. No matter how good I get that first layer to stick, like it actually, the first layer is perfect, and when it gets up to here, that's when this begins to peel off. It's like, you bastard. What I think is happening is I think just the model moving back and forth on the bed is creating an air current, a draft over that little bottom portion, just enough to make that thermoplastic go click. It's not much, it's just a little bit, but it's annoying. I'd love to do a round one, but I can't figure out the geometry of how to do that without a ton of wasted space. It would just be a ridiculous amount of wasted space if I tried to do a round one. You'd have a circle with square inserts in it, and so you just have a ton of wasted space. So I was figuring you might as well, keep it square. But yeah, came out nice. Yeah, that definitely would help. All right, that's it. I will see you guys later. I'm going to get this model updated sometime tonight. This model will be updated. It will no longer have the tab. It'll be built in. Because this, I'm worried about that breaking off. If somebody bumps into I mean, that's on there firm. It's not going nowhere. But if I want to, I can break it off. So it's definitely breakable. So I would rather just not have that there. So yeah. All right. I will see you guys next week. You guys have a great day. And have a great holiday season upcoming if I don't see you.